I was a fucking legend. A fucking legend!
Oh, you think darkness is your ally? You merely adopted the dark. I was born in it, molded by it. I didn't see the light until I was already a man. By then it was nothing to me but blinding.
Would you like some bread, Jerry?
No, no thanks. I'm just not hungry.
Well, then at least drink your beer.
It's not a twist off.
You have a little something on your face.
I can get it.
No, you're missing it. It's higher. It's an eyelash. Make a wish.
I don't want to.
Make a wish.
Okay. Didn't come true.
Hello. Well, hello. How's everyone doing? Welcome along. Lovely to see you. I love the axe. Rare pen. Wear a pony. Welcome to spring, yeah. Should we customize? Oh. Mean eyes, huh? I like that stamp. Mean eyes this. Is this the first game in 10 years to not have the fade? There we go. That's more like me. Welcome along, everyone. My name's Kevin. It's been a long time since I've streamed, but Reason being is I've been hard at work on this very game. For those of you who didn't know, I've kind of kept it a secret for a while, but I've been working at Moon Studios now for a couple of years, and this is the game I've been working on. So it's called No Rest for the Wicked, and I thought I would do an initial stream now that the early access is out, and a lot of the streamers have had a chance to dive in for a bit, and yeah, I thought I'd get on, play a little bit of the early game, talk about the design, answer questions, whatnots, and what have yous. So welcome along. And so if you wish I was streaming more, I guess I've given you a reason to hate this game. But hopefully you like the end product. So drops enabled, are they? Can't imagine. Apparently. Oh wow. I don't know how to turn that off, but okay. Yeah, get some drops. Get some drops. It'll all be covered up soon. Eyes. Perfect. It's all good. It's all perfect. You guys ready? Can you hear me okay, by the way? Just making sure. Let me know if I'm too quiet or the game sounds are too low or too high. I guess that depends on whether how much you want to hear me blabber on. Oh, I gotta figure out where to put my camera as well. Game could be louder? Okay. Oh yeah, I did
When I
reduce
was a
it.
child, God told me stories. Said the pestilence turned men's faces inside out. Made them grow limbs where none should be.
Sounds a good thing.
But the world was nearly lost in its wake. And she prayed that the Sacrament would never need to return.
We should turn back while we still can.
It's an island, not a fairy tale.
This is a fool's errand. There's no sum worth bringing the likes of them to shore.
Were there riot artists on the channel? I have no idea, honestly. I've met a few of our artists, but I don't know any of them very well. It's one of the side effects of having a completely remote studio, is that you get to know a lot of people that work closely with you, but nothing like in office. And there's some people outside the office that you just don't interact with ever. And so, yeah, sadly, I don't. And they do things to alleviate that at the company, but I haven't been able to take part. So, yeah, I don't know. Let's turn the overall up a little. But they are absolutely killing it. It's interesting to hear the comparisons. There's a lot of people saying that it looks like Arcane, the animation for League of Legends that was on. It was on Netflix, right? I think it was on Netflix. But I mean, that's high praise indeed. Because that show looked amazing, but this game looks absolutely incredible. And you know, one of the things I've noticed is how demanding the first wave of players playing this game have been, and I think some of that is because the art is so good and the voice acting is so good, and there are elements of this game that are so polished and so refined and so ready for ship, you know, that the things that aren't, like some of the things in my area, I've been working on design. The things that still need polish stick out. It's giant sore thumb, right? So, you know, curse them for being so awesome. But yeah, the game looks incredible, and you know, there are definitely people that don't like the style, preference-wise. You know, there's always that in art, but the feedback has been overwhelmingly positive on just how great the game looks and the stylized characters. And we joke about things here and there, you know, the proportions in the character select screen, character creation screen, things like that. But overall, I think it's stunning, and the feedback has been overwhelmingly positive. So, but yeah, it's not too shabby being compared to. Now, I speak for myself being compared to Arcane, because I wouldn't know, like, as one of the artists on this project, how they would take that comment. I think when people make the comment, they mean to say it's incredible. So I'm sure they appreciate that, but, you know, from an artistic or from a style standpoint, yeah, I wouldn't know if, like, no, we were trying for something totally different and we want our own unique thing, or not, you know. But I would say, like, the comment trying to convey the high quality of the visuals is certainly appropriate, well earned, and for the most part appreciated. So this is our ship prologue.
Bad idea to let you on board.
I'm not a liked person,
If Sacrament
as you can
is
see.
Sacra, then the rumors must be true. The pestilence has returned.
What's a little pestilence? Oh, well, thank you, Digress. Do you remember when I killed you with Staff of Jordan in Classic? Oh, I was aspiring to get an engineer work on Blizz in D4 now, so I played a crap out of this, and so I could find out you were behind it. Was surprised. Oh, very nice, thank you. Was that you? I'm sad to say I had forgotten who did that. I'm glad you reminded me. And yes, I absolutely remember that it happened, and I'm ashamed to say that I didn't remember. So thank you for refreshing my memory. You like the hood? Yeah, sure. It is forever ago. It does feel like, but that was unbelievable. I mean, if you think about, for those that don't know, I went back and played WoW Classic, and I just threw out the gauntlet that you know, someone should kill me in the game with the Staff of Jordan, which was named after me. And Zanky here actually did that. which is pretty nuts. Don't think too hard about it, but if you think about it, it is pretty crazy that it happened. So, yeah, massive, massive props.
Strutting about like you're the only killer on board.
Whoa. Strutting about like you're the only deck swabber on board.
I'm not sure what you're hoping to find on a shithole like Sacrament.
So trying to set the tone, obviously here, a little more
You're
adult.
supposed to be special or something.
Leave him be, nerves.
So the dialogue's a little more adult, and I'm very much hated, or the serum, or definitely in that category of like they're the stuff of legend. People are kind of afraid of them,
Walking filth. I'll trade no words with you.
and so with the fear comes the hate.
No good will come of this.
Captain wants a word with you up above. Don't mind the others. It's just their way. You go speak with the captain and I'll check on your quarters.
It won't let me into my quarters.
Captain wants a word. Kevin's in trouble.
Thank you so much for the prime daggers. Appreciate it. I am indeed in trouble. My hat is too pointy.
You put the men on edge, Sarah.
Oh, congrats, Sankey.
You've trafficked in people before, but, well, I won't be sorry to be out of these waters with you off my ship.
Congrats on the professional developments. Great to hear. Great to hear.
I was paid to deliver you to Sacra in one piece. And I will. I get to your quarters and stay out of our way till landfall. Wart will let you below decks.
The song of the garden, yeah. It's a good one. Uh-oh. Okay, so this is the first moment where you test the game. Is it really a Souls-like? Yes, it is. Yes. Yes, it is. Smashing barrels. Ooh, one shiny copper. Rats! Oh. Gotta fix that floating barrel. Another shiny copper. Smash it all. Satisfying barrel breaking. What's up, Curbs? And hello, not the wheel. Hello, everyone. It's been terribly long. Missed you all.
I got it all planned out.
This guy's got it all planned out.
2 of washing the decks, 4 more in the rigging, another 5 at the helm, and then captain! Just like that.
Just like that. It's ruining your sleep schedule? Apologies,
You'll
I'm
all be
glad to hear it.
saluting me soon enough. Hey, you! A little help with the meal? Fetch me the mushrooms from the shelf and herbs from the table. I have to keep stirring, or it'll go from burned to ashes.
Can appreciate this guy's tattoos. I mean, he knew what he was going to grow up to be. Big wedge of Swiss. It's my favorite. Yeah, it's not just a stepping stone,
Here
right?
you go. Along with a little seawater and a lot of sawdust.
He's in his end game.
You can eat a mushroom in a pinch, but nothing beats a cooked meal. Here, have some for yourself.
My arcade machine tattoo. That'd be so good. Hubert. Marble Madness.
Perhaps a prayer before landfall? Our ship might seem thick with sinners, but the church welcomes all. Criminals, heretics, even the Dasher, even you.
Pretty crazy to think you're one of the OG designers of Freaking Wow. Is that what they call it? Freaking Wow.
Never too late.
Is it possible to have a good story without the church? That's the question I pose to you. They just make great antagonists, don't they? Protagonists, antagonists. Depending on which way you spin it.
I couldn't catch a wink.
Nice daggers.
Keep your eyes off our cargo, unless you want one plucked out. You ain't the only thing we're holding, but at least the rest of our cargo stays where you put it.
That's been pushing. Stole his apple. But this isn't your cargo. Cruising for an eye pluck. So many apples.
You're just another job, as far as I'm concerned. The men think you're some kind of legend. Know what all legends have in common? They're dead.
Any story without the church ends up with an animal for it, right? Is that a stamina wheel? It is. Front and center. It's been one of the one of the complaints from the Diablo crowd. Their stamina with the game at all. Remember D2 stamina? That was a fun mechanic, right? Everybody loved that. That's the baggage they bring in. And the game has changed so much from Diablo 2, hasn't it? Alright, what do you got for me?
But, well, she's gone now. And the men say I look more like a ward anyway.
Trying to walk through after every zone, yep. Trying to make D4 good again, right? So, obviously the D4 bad memes have been hot. I really do hope that you guys are enjoying, you know, like, I know that, yeah, I know it can be frustrating and demoralizing, but I hope part of you can enjoy a lot of the D4 bad memes that are out there, like the music and all that stuff. Yeah, well, it's a fun challenge coming in late, you know, but and that's the optimistic take, right? Can only get better. Got X-Pac 1, alright. You heard the AI song? There's a bunch of them, right? Like, I just heard that there were a bunch of them, and I heard a couple of snippets of one watching Darth Microtransaction for a minute. He pointed them out, but yeah. Yeah. But yeah, it's pretty good. It is crazy, like, because we've gone through this now. Like Wicked Inside, we did a Wicked Inside where only streamers were playing it essentially. And one of the things we benefited from, because this can go both ways, is it became cool to like Wicked, to be excited about Wicked, to be looking forward to it, right? And not everyone had their hands on it. And then we released EA, and there were issues, performance issues, which a lot of the streamers aren't going to catch because a lot of them have got machines, right? So, but in because of the word of mouth and media and social media and everything else, every game that comes out goes through this. Is it going to be cool to love it, or is it going to be cool to hate it? And Diablo 4 right now is in that it's cool to hate it. And so it gets worse than it probably deserves. And we've sort of experienced a bit of both. So, but it's such a tricky thing to manage. And it can be really volatile. Like, it can be for things you don't expect, and it can be completely irrational sometimes, like some of the things this game is hated for, like I certainly wouldn't agree with, but also have just collected a bunch of storm or a bunch of steam from the community. Like stamina, for example. It's not one of the top issues, but there's a lot of people that started with that complaint early on. Like, this stamina is a thing in the game, and obviously stamina is a staple of Souls-likes, and a lot of games that have, this kind of combat, weighty combat, right? So, for everyone who comes from Souls games or Elden Ring or anything like that, they don't really know what they're talking about. And then there's a whole crowd of people, and it gathers steam that, oh my god, it's a stamina game. The game is so slow and boring and lame and all that stuff. And it becomes cool to hate them because of stamina, or hate this game because of stamina, and etc. So it's a sort of a weird phenomenon I've noticed. But the tipping point is so fine, and once it starts to go one way, it can really avalanche that way. So, like Baldur's Gate 3 is another great example where it's like, that game is brilliant, but it is by no means perfect. There are a lot of things that I would complain about, but it's just not cool. It's not cool to hate on that game. And again, deservedly so. It's amazing. But it's very cool to be on the side of loving that game. And so to talk about that from an objective, like, how could we improve it? Here's some constructive criticism about things I don't like, like, it's really hard to get through, the din of just like, oh, shut up, this game is awesome, And so, yeah, I think it ultimately makes the job of making really good games harder, because it's so fickle, and because the crowd, the mob can turn on you so quickly. So, ads arriving. Oh yeah, see, I keep looking through OBS rather than the ad or the Twitch Stream Manager. I should watch this Twitch Stream Manager more, so that I can be more mindful of the ads. Thank you, Aaron. Chalk that up to D&D rules. DOS 2 was much more flexible from a combat standpoint, right? I think DOS 2 was great as well, but there were a lot of things I didn't like about their system, etc. So I do chalk up some of the stuff. Like, D&D is it's not the best system. Like, it really just isn't. It's just so full of nostalgia, of course. The worlds that it's set in is great. And, like, I love Forgotten Realms a but I'll hesitate here to continue because the ad just started. How do I get rid of these things at the top? X out of them. You're still in ad town? Anyway, lighting here, yeah, lighting is really good. And it's, yeah, I'm not sure because I don't know the tech side of art and everything, but the game looks gorgeous but helps probably contribute to some of the performance problems. So, I think long term it'll pay out for sure. But I'm always sad when people have performance problems.
Good to have you back. I miss the design talks.
Thanks, Sankey. Appreciate you so much for the tier 1, 16 months. So that's about the time I last streamed. It's interesting to see as you have a foot in both the Souls and PoE scenes. Yeah, those you're in the group that I'm most interested in hearing feedback from because, like we you know, when you try something new, you're always gonna take some flack, you know, from people that are just like, oh my god, new, don't know how to react, and so react with confusion, and confusion can equal, you know, don't like it. But yeah, it's like, so for our game that's a hybrid, trying to be a bit of both, we're getting hate from both sides. You know, we're getting love from both sides as well, but we're getting hate from both sides because it's close to being what they want plus, and plus is not. It's like a push towards the other game that they're not a fan of, instead of more, you know, the game that they love plus. So, yeah, confusion makes me angry. Exactly. So yeah, it's interesting, but people that have experienced both sides or both genres a lot and appreciate both. That's the interesting group that doesn't have, like, enjoys each for what they are and doesn't have the baggage of I like one and hate the other. So yeah, it's been interesting. It's been interesting to hear from people that have dabbled in both and don't particularly hate either side. It's also interesting to hear from the haters, and like trying to figure out how do we manage that? How do we serve that market without sacrificing too much of the vision? Yeah, Diablo crowd and Souls crowds, right? The two different crowds.
X Queen 23 Hyperave Kevin Joe Mauled Kevin Joe Salad.
Thank you so much, Queen of Hearts. Appreciate you. Thank you for the 18 months of tier 1. What critiques do you have? Yeah, it is mostly just archaic. It's like the armor system is pretty bad. Like it doesn't. The D20 to determine if you hit is very. It behaves very poorly at the extremes. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, at least it's not THACO, right? That was the big improvement. It's not THACO anymore. Yeah. Interestingly enough, Village of Eternity tried to fix or improve upon the AC system with their I can't remember what they call them. They had crits and they have misses, but most of the time it was a glancing blow or just a hit. I think they were glancing blows, and so there were like it was a more gradual progression through the types of hits you could make. But
Son of a bitch.
yeah, like it still suffers from the like when you make a character that's designed to be the tank, the thing that everything's attacking, and you min-max that well, you get down to basically they only have a 5% chance to hit you. And that's a really low chance to have any impact at all on your character. And then, oddly enough, when it does land, it's also a crit. So it's not just, oh, I got hit. It's every once in a while I get exploded. So, and so you have to kind of balance around that. And so what you'll see is a lot of creatures just can't hurt the tank. And then in order to like challenge the tank, you make it so that anyone who's not a min-maxer and who is like, I missed the mark because I didn't take this one thing that gave me an extra AC or 2 AC, you're now literally doubling the damage that character takes, or tripling the damage that character takes over a pretty small sample size. So like the difference between min-maxing and not min-maxing is insane, right? So that's a really big flaw in the AC system, right? At the extremes, right? Like theoretically, if your gaming group is all pretty clueless, then none of the characters are very min-maxed, and you can balance around hitting the characters more frequently, and then your cleric has to get in more frequently with heals, and you can throw fewer enemies at them, and that kind of thing. But it only takes the one guy in the group that knows what the hell he's doing to like throw off the whole dynamic. And then in CRPGs, you kind of have to assume everyone's min-maxing, because you don't have to, because the point of a lot of these games is to get to the end, or at least that's what a lot of people think. They're not role-playing as much as you would in like a tabletop environment. So when you're not spending half your time just chatting with NPCs and each other, and you're spending most of your time just getting through combat encounters, then min-maxing a lot effectively becomes the game. So yeah, it's pretty. It's not great. But it's still fun, and we still love it, because who doesn't like to build nice min-maxy characters? That can be really fun. Yeah, it doesn't seem to care if you're playing the tank, right? He walks right past you, yeah. So that's the other thing, is like when it fails, because like the tank doesn't have aggro. Everyone else just gets exploded, because it's his job to have the highest AC and hit points as possible. It's everyone else's job to basically do damage or crowd control, or whatever. But yeah, so everyone else just gets completely annihilated when the tank isn't doing the job. I noticed this in Solasta. For any of you guys that played Solasta, because you could download all the old D&D modules. Like you could do Temple of Elemental Evil and Keep on the Borderlands. A bunch of modders had made all the old school D&D modules to play in Solasta. It was really fun. But it was also just really... Yeah. Is usually better the balance, or min-maxers, people who don't know what they're doing. Can you do both? Well, right. So the difference between tabletop and video games. Tabletop, absolutely. You just have to come up with clever ways to challenge the different guys. the different players in different ways. But it can still be a problem if one of the players is really good. But and then in video games, like you sort of have to settle on what's the average difficulty, what are you balancing for, what kind of audience, and then you can have difficulty settings, right, that up that, and then hopefully the players are informed enough to say, well, I know I'm really good at these games, so I'm going to set it to a higher difficulty level, or I know I suck at these games, I'm going to set it to the story mode difficulty level, right, and they're off to the races. But yeah, when you get it wrong, or in a game like Souls, where it only has the one difficulty, you have to sort of be okay with this is going to scare some people off. And I think that's actually one of Souls' strengths, but a lot of people would see it as a weakness. And I think Elden Ring kind of proved both of those, because tons of people, like way more people, bought Elden Ring and play Elden Ring than the Souls series. But it lost me, and I don't know how many others feel the same, but I got bored. I got bored with Elden Ring because of the difficulty. And there are places where it's difficult, so don't get me wrong. Like, I love the first castle. It's named Margaret. Margaret. That place is amazing. But then right after that, you go and explore the rest of, like, the place to the south, which is sort of like the pressure release area, where you can level up and get some stuff. And I was just so bored. I was so bored. Some of those environments were really cool, but I was so bored with the challenge, because the combat, the pacing of the challenges was so off that I just kind of drifted away from the game. And so, and that's one of the things that Dark Souls did so well, was that really, really carefully managed difficulty pacing. You know, you go from this fight, just as you master that one, they give you the next challenge, and that one's a pain in the ass, and you can never really get comfortable. Like, you feel really good about each challenge you pass, but you can't ride that for very long at all, because then they throw something new at you that just tests you in a totally different way, and you're back to learning and getting your ass kicked. So they did that so well. Yeah, so at the moment we do not have multiple difficulties, and I'm sure it'll be a thing that we discuss internally for many I was going to say many a moon. Oh, that's brutal. Pun not intended, but it'll be one of those things that people really want, and it is a very crowd-pleasing thing. But I think, again, one of Dark Souls' strengths is that there's only one difficulty setting. If you talk to other people that have played it, you know exactly what they've experienced, because you've experienced exactly the same thing. There's some bragging rights in there, like, I'm a Dark Souls player, I finished it, and everyone's like, whoa, you must be a serious gamer, you know, that kind of thing, right? When, you know, for those of us that have been gaming for a while, like, I'm really old, so Dark Souls is not that hard. You know what I mean? Like, it's really just not that hard. It's hard, sure, but it came at a time where every other game around it was so goddamn easy that people were just like, oh my god, it's the hardest thing that's ever been created. It's like, oh yeah, you obviously haven't put quarters into a machine. But yeah, so kind of amusing, but, and that's also why it was so refreshing. And so it's because it came at a time where it was so different, because it was challenging you. It was pulling punches, giving you the wins, you know. So, and then people felt like they could feel exceptional, you know, again, you know, in terms of, oh, I beat Dark Souls. Did you beat Dark Souls? No. Well, get out of here, scrub, you know. Like, that matters, you know, to some extent. It's silly to some extent. It also matters to some extent. Go back to the 90s. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Back to the 80s. Asteroids, baby. Still can't beat US. I'm just dog shit mechanically, right? So, and again, like there's all kinds of tests, you know, like Dark Souls, the timing of attacks and all that. That's one type of test, and in this, in Wicked, we're exploring ways of challenging you in different ways, which has been one of the criticisms as well, because a lot of people say the mechanics don't seem to fit. You know, like, why are you making me chop down a tree? And it's like, well, imagine if we have you chop down trees, and that can help you upgrade your gear so that you can then face the boss on a more even footing, because your gear is, better. And then it's the challenge there is, many would joke, well, the challenge is not to fall asleep, because chopping down a tree is so boring. But if we do it right, then the learning how the game functions, learning where to find the best trees, how to be efficient at harvesting them, because we'll also hide the trees behind combat challenges, and so like you'll have to play and earn each of the trees, and so figuring out how best to do that, and then also be challenged in the combat sense along the way. But it's a different kind of challenge than like that big one boss fight challenge. So anyway, that's sort of one of the visions, is that we challenge you in different ways. And so there's the core sort of series of bosses challenge. There's the exploration challenges and the jump puzzle challenges, the platforming, and then also the harvesting, sort of meta progression, how to get your character good so that you can beat the boss. And those different challenges challenge different types of players in different ways, and some prefer some to others, and so there's going to be moments you're doing things that you don't particularly like the most in order to get to the thing that you do like the most. But hopefully we also help people appreciate harvesting where they might not have in other games because of the way that we wrap it all together, So that's some of the philosophy, and that's the goal. But we'll see. So, but yeah, it'll be difficult, because the challenge there is, like, a lot of people will just want us to do one thing, and that's typically what most games try to do. And it's actually really good advice, usually, is to pick one thing that you're good at and just go all in on that one thing. And our game is trying to be a mix of things, but still a satisfying collective. And so, yeah, we'll see. Oh, you're checking out the movement, right? Because you can't actually watch the gameplay on my stream because I'm shooting off my mouth too much. I see what you're saying. Yeah, makes sense. All right, let's watch. We'll play a little, I swear. But yeah, we'll get sidetracked by some design discussions. Yeah, it's a good way of putting it, thank you. Oh, gotta be holding the button for the controller vibration. Yeah, I'll come back to the dailies, weeklies in a minute. First I have to smash barrels. Blood-rusted sword. Whose blood is it? Obviously been there for a while because it's rusted. Combat! First guy. I can dodge. I can attack. Oh! Which way are you gonna go? Which way are you gonna go? Got him. Gave me a shield of foods. Now I'm in. Oh, wait. Barrels.
I'll make it quick, I promise.
Oh. Little block there. Ran out of stamina. Oh, he missed. Overcommit. We got a little punish system in there, so you can go over your stamina limit, but then you go into into the red. There's a slight punishment, so it comes back with a silver. So you can do it in an emergency, or you can just do it because you're a spaz, like most of us. Or you can manage it perfectly. I love how they teach you to climb regularly. Like the guy's underneath this thing, and they're teaching you to climb. So good. Oh yeah, you were talking crap about Sarah, weren't you? Weren't you, buddy? Yeah. Where's my side? Quickness. Key. Oh man. Oh, I wanted to do a jump attack. It's not quite high enough. Let's see if I can do it off this thing. Now I'm getting experimental. Which probably should. What's that sticking through you? Oh yeah. It's my sword. Oh, the dual daggers? Nice. Your spaz on your rogue build, yeah. That was designed. We used to call you, click monkeys. That's what we used to call it when we were working on the rogue for, wow, for the click monkeys out there. I think they added it to the DSM-4. Got taken out of DSM-5 because, you know, it's too offensive, but to monkeys. But yeah, that's why the global cooldown was short for rogues, because we wanted to embrace that. They want to push buttons constantly. Oh, I stepped on his toe instead of backstabbing him. Instead of backstabbing this one. 120 APM, that's right.
I try to fight like you, but I can't.
It's okay, boy. You don't have to fight like me.
My name's not Ward. It's...
If there was ever a moment in games where we needed to be able to have the Baldur's Gate 3 speak with the dead mechanic to find out his name. How does this game handle? People have big bashy weapons. Yeah, the big bashies are slow. So you gotta time them just right. A little bit of the Immortal gameplay in it. Minus the old Amiga joystick controls and the only block me with the stab. Nice. Immortal gameplay. Did I play that? You ended up with the big machine, I love it. Nice. Jump off! Guess the waters are too shark infested. Gotta go up. Oh! Not the guy in the striped pajamas. Can we just appreciate that guy swinging on the rope for a minute? That was his big moment.
Let it burn! Show these mainlanders Sacra is our island!
She mad. She's so mad. Oh, wow. Killed my friend. Come on. There's also charge attacks. Oh, yeah. Excuse me, I'm killing your friend. Shields. They don't protect you from behind. Oh! Use hair shield. Shield bash. Video is so good, it really is. The animations also, like character faces and everything, like blown away. Ripostes are dopamine dispensers. You talk about the berry. But start believing in ghost stories. That's right. I'd have to play this multiple times to see if I could save those shipmates, right? They become your followers for the rest of the game. Servants. Gear organizers. Got him. Who's next? You! Got this guy cornered. Yeah, get him, get him! Oh! Just got backhanded. There you go. Well done, Jimmy. Oh, he's still attacking him in the corner. That just doesn't seem fair. Axe guy! Oh god. Axe greater than pirate. Sailor.
Hello.
Thank you so much for the prime these days, Effie.
It's too late for any of us.
That should be an ad for Carnival Cruises. It's cool seeing NPCs and enemies fighting with the same rules as the player, yes. Oh, I gotta snooze this. I gotta snooze this ad. Oh, I got it on my... I can't snooze the ad. How do I snooze the ad? Oh, ad break ends in 1 minute. Okay, so we get 1 minute. Oh, I'm... Here I am, not even listening. Shh, shh, shh.
So, it's true. The king is dead. Long live the king. He was a great man, and a good friend. I will mourn him.
We will all mourn him. Your father's soul is at rest now, King Magnus. The people look to you for strength.
I offer my condolences and my counsel, as I did for your father for
The
many
great
years.
pestilence has returned, Lord Bowers.
Yes, I have heard the rumors.
They're not rumors. Even now, it ravages the island of Sacra just off our own shores, turning their men and women into unspeakable things.
The pestilence is a punishment upon those who have lost their faith.
Is it now? How convenient.
You question the church?
You're not the church, Madrigal. You're just the tip of its spear.
Enough. Whatever the cause of this sickness, I cannot allow it to spread. My father has been weak for many years. I will begin my reign doing what he could not.
My king, you are grieving. I must recommend against any...
It's already done. Tomorrow, Madrigal Celine and her Inquisition will set sail for Sacra.
I promise we will cleanse the island of this wickedness. Our new king's faith in the church is well placed.
Our king's faith was never in question. Ellsworth is a strong ruler, Your Grace. Sacra will recover.
No. Sacra will be reborn. This is my responsibility to the kingdom. With God's hands, we will reach into every corner of the island and bring it like a newborn babe, screaming into the light.
My horn. Finders keepers. Okay, first of all, I had great gear, and now I have this. Someone's gonna pay. Someone's gonna pay to reckon my gear. Who's gonna pay? No way to speak to your balding elders? That's right. Tell me about it. This king is bad. Oh, that little dagger. What is that for? Cutting his cheese? It's always so funny when they have this really, like, ornate, tiny weapon when they're the king, you know?
Dylan! You son of a bitch.
If you can't side with the king and bring the island savages to you, I know. We're part of we're inquisitors, right? Heresy must be purged. Somebody was reviewing the game and they said they called it the grim dark world of Sola Sacra. I was like, oh man. Can you throw that term around loosely? It's pretty specific. What was I going to come back to? Oh, the questing, the dailies and weeklies. Yeah, so we'll get to the questing, but there's not a lot of quests in the game at the moment, and the game needs, in my opinion, quite a bit more. And so, like, dailies are... There's a couple things that dailies do. One is they're quick objectives that give players direction that don't have all the bells and whistles of a full quest, right? So they're cheaper to make. I don't want to use that term cheaper, but it's probably still the best term. They're easy to make. But, and they also, like, what's the word? So, one of the things that we find potentially interesting with Wicked is that this game is something you want to check in with frequently. Like, we want to have events, we want to have things that happen on timers, and those, you know, there's a lot of baggage about those things. Like, a lot of people see those as really bad elements. But so we're still talking through the execution of how we pull these off, but in a lot of ways we want people to be checking in, you know, like a reason to not just play all at once and finish and be done with it, but check in every once in a while, check back, see what's going on today, see what's going on next week, right? So the easiest implementation of that idea is dailies and weeklies, but I don't think that's the final implementation that we're really shooting for. I think we can do more with that concept. Like, events are a better example, like holidays and things like that. Like, those are pretty clean examples of the kind of thing that we're excited to put in the game that people appreciate and like, and because they're very thematic and they're very you know, it's a celebration of a bunch of things that are going on in your real world life that you can also then appreciate the game for celebrating as well. So that's a more standard, polished example of the philosophy. But the game doesn't want to go several months between, you know, real world holidays, because that's the only version that, you know, people are okay with, you know what I mean? So we're exploring other ways of getting people back into the game periodically, and are excited to jump in and play. But, you know, dailies, especially from like the WoW background, dailies were in WoW, to me, were just like the worst version of quests, you know? Like, what we really wanted in that slot was an endless supply of interesting quests with story and NPCs that have dialogue and animations or whatever fidgets they're going to do. Like, those were the best versions of quests, and the dailies were just like, strip all that out and go kill, you know, X number of something and come back. And the direction was still there, and so you would log in and do your thing, but again, it was like, it didn't really feel like as good as a quest, you know? So, but we need more of the standard quests, and at a really high quality, in order to keep this game interesting and getting you to go to all the different places repeatedly and do all the things and having things to do, because there's a whole segment of players that are like, they're gonna jump into the game, they're gonna start in the main town, they're gonna look around, they're not gonna have anything in their quest log, and they're gonna say, this game is boring, there's nothing to do. Right? So people that are achievement minded, they already have plans. Like, they need to kill everything so they can collect all the stuff, so they can make all the best gear, and that's their motivation. So they don't need a push. Then there's the explorers who just want to find every nook and cranny in the world, so they're always going to be looking for some new thing that they haven't seen before. So they're already motivated. But then there's a lot of people that aren't in either of those camps, and they're just waiting for the game to like pull them along, you know, give them something to do. And so that is a type of player that needs to be served in games like these, where else they'll just be like, this game is boring, there's nothing to do, I ran out of content. They're not self-motivated. So, you know, dailies in that respect are really good for them. But if we can take dailies and improve upon the purpose of them by giving them, you know, a little bit more of the bells and whistles, a little more connection to the rest of the experience, you know, that kind of thing, tie them in a little bit better. And that'll take some design work for sure. So what we have in right now is sort of the intention, but I think some people are going to be getting the wrong idea from the early implementation, thinking, oh, they're just doing the daily thing, which is, again, has that sort of sour taste, that bad reputation, you know, of just like either that kind of mobile game feeling or busy work, you know, the chores feeling, you know, of like, I'll log in and do my laundry, you know, that kind of thing. And then again, like, there's also the extreme version of the Explorer Achiever who actually hates quests. Like, we ran into this in WoW as well, and this is still a thing. Like, and maybe some of you in the chat are like this, and it's totally fine, no judgment. But they actually hate when the game tells you what to do. Because you want to be the one that decides what you're going to do, right? And the game telling you feels like it's putting restrictions on you. Don't shackle me, you know, like, I want to go over here. I don't want to go over there. You keep telling me to go over there. I don't want to go over there. I want to go over here today, right? And so it's like, yeah, knock it off, right? Like, stop telling me what to do. I'm okay. I'm a big boy. I can motivate myself, you know, like, I don't need somebody to tell me, right? So, again, like, there's different kinds of players, and you want to provide a game experience that's, you know, that's welcoming to a lot of different types, right? And it's really difficult to do that in some cases without like simultaneously alienating one group and encouraging and welcoming the other. So, because people are different, players are different. So, yeah. So it's really detailed design work to try to come up with basically dailies that work. You know what I mean? Dailies that don't feel bad, and, but accomplish the goals of what the intent is. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Why is it important for no rest to not be one and done? Right. I wouldn't say that it's not important. It's just, like, again, there's players out there that they want to live in this world. You know what I mean? And there's other players that want to just crush it, put the trophy on the shelf and move on to the next thing that they're going to crush and put that trophy on the shelf, you know, like, just hit it and quit it. You know what I mean? Like, and there's others that just want to live in this world. They want to live and they want to have things to do, you know, that celebrate just existing, you know, in the world, right? So, it's a vision or an experiment to, you know, reward that or encourage that, entice that kind of player, you know, beyond the, because there will be a lot of people that just quick path it, kill all the bosses, done, loved it, looking forward to the expansion, the DLC, whatever. Done with the game for now. And then, you know, there's also people that they want that one game that just sucks them in and doesn't let go. So how can we serve that audience without without doing the traditional, you know, mobile game tricks? Did you see SOD Season Discoveries. They take retail features and pollute plastic with it and totally destroy any aspect of plastic bottles. All right. I'm curious how you feel about it. Yeah, so obviously any change with SOD is going to be risky. I think that's okay. I think a lot of people want them to take some risks. I mean, I think that's the whole idea behind Classic Plus. So I'm okay with them taking some risks. It's sad that it didn't pay out in your mind, you know? I've heard some really good things about SOD, like a lot of people enjoying it. I personally, I haven't done a video on this, but I could see some of the long-term issues with it. But that's also okay. Like, if we think of Season of Discovery, literally as season in the name, as just sort of disposable experiences, you run around, you min-max, you have a bunch of fun, like experimenting, you do all there is to do, and then you sort of put it down. It doesn't need a long-term, you know? And then you do the next one when it comes out. Like, I never thought of WoW that way, right? Like, that was never, to me, the vision of either WoW or any MMO, for that matter. So I don't think that's appropriate, but I can see why they think that is, you know, what is supposed to be, or that's the evolution. Again, there's been a push to Diabloify WoW and WoWify Diablo, which is really weird to me, but that's something that they've been doing for a while. So, yeah, it's a lot of genre confusion, I think. But in terms of what I think they think SOD is, as like Classic Plus Light, does that make sense to anybody? Then okay, you know, the decisions they're making sort of fit with what that would try to be, but yeah, I'm confused by it. I don't think that it has the long-term, you know, appeal to it. But there's a lot of people that would argue that WoW doesn't need that anymore, or that people that play WoW don't even want that anymore. And, you know, I don't agree. Like, but, you know, again, like, it's been a long time since I've worked on it, and it's been a long time since I've interacted with the players extensively to really understand what they want. I appreciate the fact that I'm old and out of touch now when it comes to WoW, but it's just not the WoW that I worked on. It's not the WoW that I envisioned. But it's a 20-year-old game now? Jesus. So, again, like, it's not my game anymore. You know, they can do with it what they want. You do, you want it? Yeah. So, and I think there is a contingent. Are you the most popular? You know, like, the biggest contingent? You want the old MMO philosophies, you know, long-term investment, you play one game religiously, that's it. You live in that world, you breathe in that world. Or do you want to just, bang, new raid tier. Knock it out, get your item score as high as possible before, you know, wait for the next one. Holy crap, Zanky. Thank you so much for the 20 tier 1. Appreciate you very much. I gotta kill all the crabs in this bloodlust going. I got an axe! unsmashable barrel. Lots of sub-gifts, yeah. Appreciate it so much, thank you very much. He just gifted a third of the viewers. We took a little break there.
TMI.twitch.tv/USERNOTICE #Kevin Jordan.
Considering going back to EVE Online. Yeah, see, that's still a great example of the old school philosophies. I've forgotten how to stream. I literally don't know what button to push. They're over. Thank you so much, thank you. Never do that again. I appreciate it. Whoa! Some good stuff went by. What was it? Do you support the limited healing items in this game? I'll come back to that in a second. There was another first-time chatter I wanted to... How'd you guys fit in so many movie references? Well, I'm going to skip that one. I'm going to try to limit... Sorry. I'm going to try to limit my WoW talk more to Wicked talk, but... Oh, then there's this guy. Okay, that was just a... Yeah, that was just a bot. Do I support the limited healing items in this game? So what do you mean by limited healing items? As it stands, meaning you don't have a way to automatically refresh healing items. You have to cook everyone. Is that what you mean? Or are you talking about like switching it to an Estus class type of thing that people have been suggesting, and you're asking if I support that change? So I guess I'll just talk about the healing. Yeah, you don't get them back per life, right? So, yeah, that's the Estus class model. Have a certain number when you die, it refills them, but it also respawns the enemies, right? So it's more than just a healing discussion. It's also a content like respawning discussion, and this has been like the healing system is one of the things that the design team internally has talked about the most. We've gone over it so many times. And I don't think it's there yet. I think it still needs work. Ooh, Hunter's Knife. That might be the one. Alright, so we're gonna level up. Maybe we play a dagger build. That's a one-hand instead of double daggers. We do dagger shield. Anyway. Heal or enchantment seem to solve that for me. Yeah. So there's a couple things also in there that make other things kind of pointless. I don't want to... Pointless isn't the right word, but it's like we have this durability system where there's penalty on death, and we spend money to the thing, and then we put the repair rune in, and it's just like... It kind of made the durability system obsolete a little bit. So, and the healing rune thing is also kind of in there. Or heal or enchant, right? So, there's a couple things that are just out of whack and need more work to balance in with the rest of the experience. Or we sort of have to figure out what are we trying to do here exactly, and then make sure that we go all in on that. You know what I mean? Like, so there's still some discussions to be had on exactly what, but again, one of the things that we're trying to do here is that, you know, harvesting is a piece of the puzzle. So if if we want to make harvesting a piece of the puzzle, and there's all kinds of things that go into that. One, we have to make sure the experience gets to a bare minimum of quality, right? So it can't just be like a pretty standard run-of-the-mill design, which a lot of people like just won't like. They just won't get it, because some people just don't like chopping down trees, right? Like, I'm chopping down a tree right now. Some people find this amazing, this experience right now. They love it. It's relaxing, it's soothing, it feels, you know, every hit is progress, you know, right? Like, I can't describe it for people that don't get that, but there's a lot of people that just love the experience of chopping down a tree. You know what I mean? Yeah, I love it, right? I mean, so there's other people that feel that way about fishing. You know, like when we were doing Wicked Inside, and we showed like in the trailer there was an image of a guy fishing. How many people were like, "I'm in, like take my money." That's all it took. Like, it's all it took. They don't even care what the rest of the game is, almost, you know? Like, fishing, right? Like, and some people just, that's their jam, you know? Like, and so the experience for some people is just good. It's good at, like, the bare minimum level. Like, what I would consider bare minimum. Like, yeah, there's a tree, you have an axe, you chop it. Now you have wood in your... That's the bare minimum experience, right? And some people are just there for it. And the fact that it accompanies the rest of the game feels really good to them. There's other people that cannot be bothered. They cannot believe they're being forced to chop down a tree on their path to kill 20 bosses in a row, right? And be done with this goddamn game, right? They can't believe it. It is the worst possible thing in their mind, you know? And so the one group doesn't need any help. They're just happy to be chopping down trees. It could barely impact your total play experience in terms of like what it does for you and how it increases your power level. The other group is almost upset that it does anything for your character, because they don't want to chop down a tree. They want to leave the lumberjacks to their experience, and they never want to touch a tree and be able to just play through the 20 bosses having never picked up an axe and chopped down a tree. And so every moment that we stop and force them to do it, they're having a bad time, because they're not playing the game that they want to play. They're playing some other game. We're wasting their time, etc. You know all the arguments. And some of you probably feel that way, right? So totally get it. But one of the things is, one of the questions that we're asking in the vision is testing is, how can we integrate, the experience that some just find really soothing and fun, and they're super happy that it's part of the experience. How can we integrate it and implement it so that it matters, right? So that people that love that experience also get something out of it beyond just the soothing process of it, without like transforming the game to deprive people of what would be an awesome gaming experience, because we're forcing them to chop down trees, right? So a lot of that, those are questions that still have to be answered in a really delicate way, in a really masterful way, you know what I mean? And so to answer your healing question, the reason I bring all that up is because that's an essential piece of that. Like, we could just do healing potions, they drop off enemies, you stack them, or they come back at the start of life, like we've explored those models in the past. We could do that, but is there a vision out there that actually folds the healing game in with the other systems that we can then get to a level that's actually interesting and enticing and more meaningful to the people that like harvesting and enjoy harvesting, but also give players that they just hate harvesting so much a way to shortcut or bypass or play around, that kind of idea. And so, like, here's a good example. Like, I can go around picking up, or farming. Like, we don't have farming in the game, but imagine, guys can imagine that farming, you'll put seeds in the ground and you'll get some kind of food out of it. And that food can then be used to make meals. Pretty basic, right? Reasonable expectation for what our farming system might do. Some people don't want to touch that. Some people are happy as, clams and just feel like, oh my God, I can't wait to be a farmer. And then others are like, no, I want ingredients that help make meals to come from chests that are sitting behind dudes that I've slaughtered with my awesome combat skills, right? I want everything I need to make meals and healing to come out of the chest as a reward or drop directly from the guy I just killed, right? So, but it roughly the same, right? So they want all of their ingredients to come from that system, and they never want to touch farming. And so is there a world where we can satisfy both sides? We can put a little bit of stuff in the chest, so that if you're good, you can make some meals, but you have to be good, because you're not going to have as many heals as, say, the guy who dedicates his time to farming and has lots and lots of extra meals. And because he's spent all that extra time, right? So is there a world where we can make those kind of two things vibe together? You know what I mean? So that both sides are happy. And that's the thing I don't think a lot of people that are giving feedback right now are very good at articulating how much it's impacting them, right? So, because the durability thing, which we can talk about as well, but a lot of people are saying durability sucks, even though as it is right now in the game, it barely impacts them. They're speaking from a theoretical standpoint where I could get to a point where my gear breaks, I have no money, and I have to go farm a bunch of coin, which is something I don't want to do, so I can repair my gear so I can keep trying to kill that boss, right? That's a theoretical point that I think the vast majority of players could never really get to. But they're still arguing against durability from a very strong, passionate place because they're worried about that outcome that actually can't happen in practice. So, same with the farming. It's like, why would you care that farming is in the game if you can get all your ingredients from chests? Right. Ad break! See you in a bit. I'm gonna do this. How long are the ad breaks? Are they like half a minute, a minute? Gotta use the meat glue to make better steaks. That's right. You haven't had an issue with it? Yeah. So most people aren't, and we even nerfed it, like triple nerf in like one of the first hot fixes, the durability system. It impacts you a lot early on, yeah. There's one spot that it complicates things quite a bit. Gotta get the turbo. So 90 seconds? Okay, just finished. I don't know, I feel like a golf caddy and carries around 3 iron swords. Yeah, but one's for the sand trap, and the other one's for the... right, so I think a lot of people have talked themselves into these weird states where they argue against the theoretical, the principle, like, and I totally get it, because it's like the worry with like, oh, they're gonna try to spend this time on chopping down trees and what trees do, and where your brain goes if you hate those kind of things is all of that is a waste of time. You could spend all of that time putting in more story, more bosses, more combat moves, more weapons, right? Like, and that's where people's brains go. So stop wasting all of your time serving that crap and serve me more. So, which, I get it. It's selfish, but I get it. I totally get it. That's life. We want the world to serve us. And we get frustrated when a game that we like 80% to a very high degree is doing, with that last 20% is doing things that irritate or annoy, or whatever. or we feel are a waste of time, because we want it to be 100% about things that, you know. So, don't put the old sausage in my salad. So, I'm loving the salad. So. So yeah, and it might at the end of the day be too ambitious. You know what I mean? Like it might be that we're biting off more than we can chew in terms of trying to serve everybody. You know, trying to blend all of these ideas together seamlessly. You know, but one of the things I like about games, one of the things I applaud from games that are being made these days by game developers is the ambition. Because, like, since this industry started making billions and billions of dollars, you guys can't tell me that a lot of the studios, and a lot of this is the AAA scene, are just making the same old garbage over and over and over. There's zero ambition. Their only ambition is to get more and more money out of it, right? So, a game that comes along that has ambition to try new things, to shake things up, to take risks, right? Like, I have to applaud, I have to support, I have to believe in, you know what I mean? And that's one of the reasons I loved, you know, getting the opportunity to join in on this project, is because of the ambition and stuff. Because they want to do the thing that no one else is doing. So, I'm here for it. And, you know, I hope it works. It may not. Okay, I'm gonna do some push-ups. Okay, that doesn't look right. Okay, I apologize for that.
I knew it.
The man's dying, for God's sakes. Remakes and sequels, right? So, what are the most ambitious games you've seen since Tarkov? Yeah, Tarkov, very ambitious. This game is trying, obviously, this game is trying some new things. What else is ambitious? It's so far few and far between. It's just mostly happening at the indie level. You could say Baldur's Gate 3. Their ambition was like, we're gonna do this turn-based, right? We're not gonna do it real time with pause. That was ambitious. Not for them because they're more used to doing turn-based, but for that specific game, which just has such a fanatical following of real time with pause, you know, like people, I thought that was pretty ambitious. Apologize for effort, never. That's right. You worked on COD, yeah. And there's nothing wrong with COD. Like, I buy Football Manager almost every year, you know? Like, I'm sure someone could tell me that, dude, there's barely anything new in this version. You know, you could skip and just buy one 5 years from now, right? But I love it. You know, like, I love Spreadsheet Manager. So I buy it every year just for a little bit more. Like, put me down in the suckers column, you know, if you want. But and that's fine for people that love COD and they're just all in, or FIFA or whatever, you know, like, that's okay, you know. But I don't want the industry to be all that, you know. Like, I need new ideas. I need fresh inspiration. You know what I mean? Asset creation seems ambitious. Yep. Very true. Very true. I'm worried. I'm extremely worried. But it's ambitious, and I applaud that. I have to. So I wish them the best of luck. And I want them to keep at it. RimWorld, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot in that category. Prison Architect, and now we're seeing even some more copycats of that style, which I love. RimWorld's a great game. Yeah, so yeah, there's tons of examples that I think are worth mentioning. That, you know, I just, yeah, Don't put me on the spot. I think it's in a great spot. Thank you, British. Yeah. I think it is too. I think I mentioned at the start of the stream that it's in such a good spot in so many areas that people are really holding its feet to the fire over all the little things that aren't quite there. And so they're treating it like a released game, even though it's early access. In some respects. Obviously, there are a number of legitimate complaints. I don't want to suggest that they aren't. The complaints that we're hearing aren't legitimate, because they absolutely are. But, yeah, like, the idea that you buy an early access game and then you jump in and you start complaining about all the things that aren't quite there. Not from I'm really excited and I hope you do this thing, but from a how dare you type of standpoint. Like, how dare you not have already had this in the game? Like, it's just such a different take, right? It's and there's a fair amount of that going on. It's like they bought the early access and then immediately forgot that they bought the early access, you know? Oh, there's the double daggers. All right, brothers keepers. Oh, yeah. Free-blooded. Whose blood is that? Oh, I guess it was this guy's. Did I pull them directly out of him? We don't have to answer. We're chopping a little faster today. After that last hotfix. Or was the hotfix before that? Okay, I do have to show you one thing. I don't want to show you too many secrets because I want you guys to find them yourselves. But I have to show you this one. Some of you may have seen this already, of course. There's a guy up here, and your tutorial to sneak attack him. So we're going to sneak attack him with fists. Let's get you the big move. We'll do it again. See? See? It's okay to put a little bit of Zangief in your game. Who said John Cena? Get out of here. That was Zangief. Come on now. Fishing rod, that's right. There it is. We fishing. Dun dun dun. The game final can begin. The Pagel fishing rod. Oh man. You bringing up the angler? The OG angler? Another axe. Should we go back? Or only forward? Some of our interactions. Polish. Interact distance. Interact facings. These are always really intricate things to get perfect. Whoa. Whoa. A blood-rusted sword. Everything's got blood on it to start. It's a good thing my girl's so bottom heavy. You think about adding some modding support? Yeah, I don't know where we're at with that. Traditionally, it's one of those interesting decisions because it's like people are going to mod your game. It's just how antagonistic are you with your audience? You know. I don't. You know, from everyone I know at Moon, I don't think pretty much anyone on the team is like, no, we can't let them touch our game. Like, I think most are in the camp of, let's give them the game, and if they want to mess around with it, let them mess around with it. So, I don't think we'll be antagonistic at all. But yeah, how much time we have for support and that, you know, to support the endeavors is a whole other question. That's more, that time will be probably more limited, so. Yeah, I gotta come back. Had to have this tree. Yep. No pickaxe yet, no shovel. I would go with question mark request available and return it, not the other way around. Yeah, that's a polish point. It might just be a data bug, but I'm honestly not sure what the intent was there. It's non-standard, that's for sure. And I'm typically of the opinion you have to have a really good reason to break from convention. You guys remember the RTS days, right? If you liked good RTSs, there was a lot to love from both the EA side of things with Command & Conquer Red Alert and from Blizzard, the StarCraft, Warcraft side of things. And they had opposite inputs. And so going from one game to the other, so aggravating. And it was almost because, like, it was our little rivalry, you know, it was, oh yeah, well, we're doing it better, oh yeah, well, we're doing it better. And so, like, very stubbornly refused to, you know, put their heads together and be like, alright, let's switch to the one that works better, you know. If we could even agree. I killed that man for a handful of mushrooms. And if I missed any of you guys' questions, feel free to repeat. I do miss a lot. So if there's anything you guys want me to talk about and I missed it, just repost. Preferably repost wicked questions as opposed to WoW questions. But if they're related, you know, the design is related to both. I'm happy to answer. I'm happy to answer. Yeah, I'm trying to give some time to wicked. Not a huge problem. Yeah, like people figure it out mostly. I mean, the biggest part of having something float over the head is telling you this is an NPC I need to interact with. The state of the interaction you're about to have doesn't necessarily even have to be something you know ahead of time, but it's nice. I need to put my hat on. A little special in there somewhere. Hiya. It's all about the chest kick. Time to put the hat on, huh? Oh, I'm in normal. That hat. It's too good. Could wear leather also. That's weighty. That's okay. We're looking good. We are looking good. What did we learn? What recipe we got? Fish skewer. Hell yeah. Alright, that's good. Fire. The horn. Let's do some cooking. Leveling lets you use the good stuff, right? I'll have any rock card. I have one rock card. Oh, I could go back to the other side and get the other two. Alright. Good stuff's better than bad, yeah. Leveling up. Let's use the hunter's knife if I want. Piercing dash, +1 damage. Dual breaker. Let's stick with the Brother's Keepers for now. So are the church the protagonists or antagonists in this game? Yeah. It's probably like any organization. There's some bad apples and good actors. Are there bows? There are. Some of the comment seems a bit reminiscent of V Rising. Yeah, it was very fun. I'm actually excited to give it another go after the release. It's coming in May, I think. But yeah, I don't think. I think a lot of the like specials and the movement. Thank you very much, Aaron T. Appreciate it. Welcome along. It's also raised because you messed up. All right, still appreciate it. Yeah, I don't think the combat V-Rising is as intricate. And they certainly don't have like as many weapons, and weapon moves, specials, and things like that as we do. But yeah, isometric, timing matters, distance, you know. You have special attacks. I can't remember what the resource is, but yeah, V-Rising is way closer to ours than it is to Diablo's. So, but yeah, I had a lot of fun with that one. It said moderate underneath it. Could this apply some areas maybe Destiny is maybe too dangerous to be in your current level? So, yeah, I think we're still experimenting with that. It's a combination of trying to tell you. I can't play and talk at the same time. Have you guys ever met anyone who's so bad at multitasking? I know, be a streamer. It's a combination of. Whoa! How full the zone is of enemies and like the level complexity. So it's two kind of elements that we're trying to convey, because the zones like kind of respawn. They don't kind of respawn, they do respawn, and there are various reasons for the respawning. So when you're like in the map area and you're trying to figure out, well, what do I? Like when you go into the map and you're like, well, what do I do? You know, all this area that's revealed, you know, okay, I've cleared this. And this is clearing it the first time. And then, so that'll make it visible, like it can't see anything you haven't explored. But then this will eventually fog of war back in, and then you'll know, oh, okay, I can go back and and re-explore to see what's new. And it could be a totally different rule set, right? So, and then we want to tell you when you go back how challenging it is or how full it is in terms of work. Or it's two things we're trying to convey. Like, is it worth going back? Because, like, if there's only, like, a couple of crabs on the beach, we don't want to tell you, oh, yeah, totally go back. You're going to have a great time clearing this whole area again. So, yeah, that's a system in progress as well. Oh, the pickaxe. The pickaxe. Wrap for the evening, here to chill. All right. We'll have some mushroom soup in your honor. Oof. You hear the crunch, you're there. Down ladder time. Oh, still can't. A little bit of lore. Adventures in the wild. They just gave me a shovel. Right next to the diggable spot. Ah, when RNG comes together. Keep eating that mushroom soup. Not gonna be able to sidle here. Know what I'm saying? Yeah, streamer loop confirmed. Yeah, I think you guys didn't realize about this game is there's actually a dungeon master. Like, one of the developers is watching each person playing it and hand picking what loot to put in each chest. And I'm joking, of course. My dungeon master is an angel on my shoulder. That's exactly what I need when I need it. Wasn't that a game concept a while back? Where, like, an audience watches somebody play and they have things they can throw into the arena, whether they like the guy or not. So it's all about being entertaining. Entertaining the crowd, and they'll throw you more generous, stuff into the arena, which will help you in your next challenge. I thought it was a game idea someone was doing. But it was also tied to the idea that you could only play once. Like, it was permanent. Super hardcore. Like, everyone in the audience got a turn. But then you had to wait for everyone else, I guess. Or you never got to go again. I can't remember. I don't know if the game ever came out, but Ancient Rome, yeah. Ancient Rome did come out, so yeah, that's probably what I'm thinking of. The original Rouge Lake, and thank you so much for spelling it Rouge. Yeah. Oh, come on. Oh, I had that guy. Now I fixed that. Overkill. What's up, Prof? Yeah, how are you? It's Kevin himself, that's right. If Kevin equals true. Oh, I missed. I caught the ledge. I'm so slow. Mushrooms until there's no more mushrooms, I guess. I didn't know where I was going with that comment. Bringing a lot of mushrooms. Ow! Got up angry. Oh yeah, I've got a level to spend. Walk into that guy every time. You know who doesn't smack me around? Nice pine tree. Ooh, shovel. Big chest, fancy hat. I think I'm gonna go full heavy. Should I go full heavy with daggers? What's funnier than a guy in full plate using daggers? What is funnier? Oh yeah. This is a nice hat, but yeah. Alright, should we spend some... 2 in dex, 1 in stam. A little bit of damage. A little bit of more damage. This guy almost made it. He's like, oh, take that key and jump it. Our bad guy's always trying to make people squeal. Let's eavesdrop. Oh no! Eavesdropping. Did I already trigger it and I didn't hear it? Oh. Attack each other. I'm a fan of the backstab, as you can see. Oh, he's still alive. Should have known. So was the last guy that I backstabbed. A little overconfident. Try to smash more barrels. I better not catch an Amazon truck out here anywhere. Get them as well. It is wrong releasing sort of fundamental system or subsystem after the release of the game. I've seen online the change enhanced the gameplay but might affect specific areas or level of experience. Is it wrong to add such a system later? Well, it's just riskier. Like, can you easily roll off the platform? Yes. Yeah, so any kind of change, depending on how big, right? The bigger the change, the more risky. But even small changes, because there's always this tug of war with people that think the game is perfect as is and just want to play it like it is. It's working perfectly, and don't want you to tinker or risk making it worse. So any change is bad. Others are like, they can't wait for you to change because there's just little things that are bugging them. They trust you or have talked to you about what the change is and they agree. Excited for it to change, so. Give me a old two-step. Ooh, Brothers Keepers, are they better? Yeah. These are 4 damage keepers, these are 3 damage. So there are slight variances. Just so you guys know, the weapons, the stamina cost in this one is slightly higher as well. Ooh. Real pants. Non-tattered pants, I meant to say. No changes, that's right. So, it depends. And then the other big component of that is multiplayer. Is it, competitive in any sense? And you're going to get the people that are just there for performance and competitive, and they're always going to be like, oh my god, you nerfed my class. Oh my god, you made someone else's class stronger. That kind of thing. So, now I know that most players, care most about the integrity of the game rather than their own personal experience and how it's affected. But, yeah, generally, that's another whole section of it. What is your change doing? But also, why is my class weak? The devs suck. That's right. Their favorite class woman. That's right. Flavorful stuff, yeah. So, type of change, severity of change, these are all kind of modifiers on this concept. But, every change, like, in my experience, every change is met with at least some disapproval. So, change, no matter what, it is bad. You have to win people over. It's necessary. As opposed to, I'm just showing off. Bad. As opposed to welcome. Exciting. So, and then it just gets worse. So you have to do, your changes have to be really good in order to overcome basic inertia, basic ill will, and compensate for all of the... Get over here. Get over where? Oh, that was just... You gonna help Fillmore? Come on. Come on. What you got? What you got? Oh, big mistake. No, I missed the window. No one guy's hurt, huh? What's the matter, guys? Dining table too much for you? Too much for me. Oof. Sorry, I'm getting it all over you there, Fillmore. It's my bad. Ooh, a fish.
Thank you, stranger. Thought I could sabotage the gate to keep more of these savages from reaching Sacrament's walls.
Rest of the FQA free paladin questions. That's right.
But I got my damn fool self trapped too. Suppose there's a reason I'm a blacksmith and not a soldier, huh? Name's Fillmore.
More like a hayseed.
If you ever need anything repaired, you come to me. Nothing I can't fix. Now here. This will open the gate. Get yourself to Sacrament. Through the Auburn Glades to the east. It's the safest place for both of us. But keep a careful eye out. I heard some of these Risen speak of a foul presence outside the city's gate.
Free repairs! Oh my god, they're not free. Oh, they are free. Big old line through it says free. Okay, not final art. That's what it would cost if it was free, but it was free. Alright, what do we sell? We're gonna sell the hunter's knife. Are we? Let's actually, I might use that. Might enchant that later, see what it turns into. Oh, spoilers. Oh, I got another wildling helmet. That's better. Anything here I want to sell? Buy recipes, mushroom, yep, both of these. Chowder, curry. That's also money right there. We buy it? Brave art for brave. Lady Luck, she favors the bold. Let's just sell that. Oh, I can make the big dish. Stamina of 10. Free? Yeah. So before you get to town, because we're worried about the failure loop, he repairs for free. So you get to town. Because you saved him. But he's not going to thank you eternally. Right. Yeah, it's a lot of interesting considerations, SKL there. It's also the type of game that matters a lot. Like, I would say League of Legends relies on new heroes, hero nerf, hero buff, like, all routine changes to the meta to keep the game interesting. Magic the Gathering, same thing. You know, obviously, theirs are more like whole new content, like every new set's an expansion, so it's a little different. But a game like League of Legends, better example. Just like that game's not going to be fun forever if the meta doesn't change. Yeah, so pre-patch, pre-hotfix, this was 6 hits with a tier 1 tool to harvest the ore. We changed it to 3. 3 was actually the number eternally a while back. That's what we started with. Then we switched to 6. But, you know, within there, I think is just one of the many aspects on trying to perfect the experience. Like, making it feel meaty and soothing for the people that love harvesting and not too obtrusive and annoying and time wasting for the people that don't, you know. So that's just one place where we can affect the harvesting experience to try to solve both of those dilemmas. Bold. Look how bold this is. XP potions. How do you feel about XP potions? He asks the loaded question. Not inherently bad. Okay. Okay. That's a good place to start. Sure beats inherently bad, right? I'm a stabber of backs. Looks dangerous. Best go around. Drinks potion, suddenly you're wiser. Yeah. Rare candy sour just levels you up. XP amount is the issue, I assume? Yeah, well, okay, so now I'll give you my thoughts, like, or some additional context. Do you like the loot game yielding character progression in that way specifically? Like, how does it feel awkward or does it feel just cool and fun? Like, obviously, it's really hard to, like, turn down a piece of loot that's just like, sweet, now I'm higher level, you know, or a percentage of a level, you know, like, but like loot is in one avenue and XP is in the other. XP is from doing things, taking on challenges, killing things, like, so it'd be similar to like a game where, and many games have done this, harvesting gives you XP, opening a chest gives you XP, making a successful jump on a jump puzzle gives you XP. Like, which of these things is okay in terms of like what you would expect or feels right in the experience versus which of those feel raw? And then, you know, following that, assuming you're comfortable with any or all of those, like, what is the ratio sort of you're comfortable with? Because these are the questions I ask, you know, like, if I were to play across 100 levels of a game, is it okay that 80% of my XP comes from killing things and 20% of it comes from drinking potions that I found? Or is that too much? You know, like, is it just a little bit of a, you know, a little bit of a nice boost, like, oh, hey, you know, I got a little extra. And it varies from player to player, like some get 15%, some get 35%, maybe some get none, you know, like, again, depending on the rarity of these things, but because in a traditional game, XP is a primary motivator for go have an experience, right? Like, because loot is a reward, and it's a reward typically for an experience. You went out and you fought things, and now you get this loot. Or you went out and found a tree, and you brought the correct axe, the correct tool, and you chopped it down. Your reward is some wood, which can be used to do whatever. And so, and then killing things, you know, the combat or whatever is, you know, you get XP for that, which is a reward for doing that activity, and then it comes with a secondary reward, which helps you prepare you for the next, right? So in a lot of ways, they're the same. It's the same reward structure, but how do they feel? Like, and you know, and I don't have an answer to this. I really don't. I can say there are definitely times in games where I feel it's awkward to gain experience, And there's also long-term issues, like we did not have harvesting in WoW give XP at the start, but then they added it later, and you guys remember that famous panda who leveled all the way to max level without ever killing anything? He was the pacifist panda, because he just harvested over and over until he finally got to max level, which is definitely cute, right? But if that ever became the best way to play, that would be a problem. If that ever became the way that like half of the player base leveled, I would also see that as a problem, because that would tell me a lot of other experiences aren't worth doing, and I tend to not want players to do one thing over and over. Like, I think guiding them to multiple different types of experience is really good to keep all of the experiences fresh. And so that's how I tend to think of these things, like, what are we trying to get the player to do? And so I see, like, certain failure points in design, but, yeah. Anyway, just a lot of random thoughts and problems. I don't think there's, or I don't feel like I'm confident to say there's one right solution. And a bunch of wrong ones. But it was kind of strange to do. I was waiting up until level 11 or 21 to get to the next threshold to skip resource requirements for upgrades. Right. Yeah, there is that weird point. The pacing in a bunch of things is off. Not a bunch of things, but some key moments where the pacing is pretty off. So we need to polish further. But I know the moment you're talking about. And yeah. Why so large? Threshold, why so random? Yeah. It's also, like, I tend to be more draconian. Draconian's not the right word, but really hands-on with certain things. Like, I over-curate the experience. So, like, I want players generally to be within this level range by this point of the game, you know, and then to be within this level range by this point of the game. And when I see things like experience potions, the worry might be, well, the variance there is going to mean some people found a ton of experience potions, and they were 4 levels higher than the expected range, and therefore the game was too easy for too long, or through this whole section of the game. And, like, I think it's okay when things are too hard for a section of the game, because there's typically outlets to solving that problem. But to me, too easy for long, extended periods of time can be a pretty bad, like, cardinal sin. This is a routine thing in Diablo, by the way, as part of the experience. You know, you get that legendary, and for 10 levels, you're running the power fantasy. Oh my god, I'm just destroying everything. But I think challenge, especially in games that are more on the Souls-like side, I think challenge is critical to the experience. And the second things are easy and you just, you know, swing in to win, insert blade for XP, like, because that's my Elden Ring experience, and that's when I start to get really worried. So that's why I over-curate to make sure the game stays challenging at all the times where it's supposed to be challenging, which to me is almost all of the game. And then if you offer XP potions, and there's a chance that the XP potions, and I'm not saying that that's what's going on in Wicked, because I think our gear is way more powerful than leveling your character. Leveling your character allows you to equip some gear, but I would say the biggest source of the power variance is like in the enchantments and the combinations of enchantments and things like that, right? So, which doesn't really care about your level that much. So the XP potions, yeah, it's not gonna, until we get Till we change those ratios, it's not going to be a huge problem. But that's the kind of stuff I'm about. That guy who lucks into a happy moment where he gets to drink 400 XP potions, and then the game is super easy for the next 5 hours, and he gets bored and quits because the game is too easy and it's boring. That's what I worry about. So he lucks into quitting the game. Doesn't seem very lucky. I'm gonna take a short break just to refill my drink. My throat. Boy, I've done this in a while. I'll read some of your comments before I jump on. Different XP types in Star Wars Galaxies, yeah. Yeah, a lot of games have experimented with like XP for everything, you know, why not? Like why not reward players for the things that they like doing, you know? And that concept is actually very good in theory. And then you have to just once you do it, then you have to fail your test, you know, for all the moments where players do the thing that you either expect or worry that and didn't expect that ruins their experience. Like mining. I think that the panda that did herbalism, I guess is what he did, to max level. he's probably happy that he did it, but oh my god. Right? Like, oh my god. That can't be it can't be the experience that was intended, you know what I mean? So it was probably not very fun and very tedious to pull it off. Lore given by your companion compared to how lore is presented in most MMOs. Yeah, I didn't play God of War, sad to say. So I'm not sure what you mean. You can save you a grind chore, maybe? Yeah. That's the part, the maybe part is what concerns me. Because it's like, yeah, some people it will save, and others it's just not. And so, it's sort of randomly serving people different ways. That's happening right now in Path of Exiles currently, because the crafting is so powerful they make your best gear really easily. Yeah. And so, and once challenge goes, oof, a lot of things follow, but usually fun. Because yeah, like, why upgrade? You know, like, why upgrade? Why engage in any of the other systems? Why? You're doing fine, you know? And then you start shutting off, you start leaning more back in your chair, you stop being engaged, you're just going through the motions, you're collecting rewards on a conveyor belt, like, all kinds of stuff. It just starts falling apart, so... And I like variance in the power fantasy. Like, I do like that. And I think for the type of game Diablo is, it's appropriate that there's variance in the power levels, so that you go with moments of just crushing to get back to normal, then back to unlucky and weak at times, and, you know, that kind of thing. I think that's part of the experience. And again, some ebb and flow is actually really, really good. But it has to come back to pushing you again. It has to catch up to a point where you're like, oh, I gotta get off my ass and do some things, you know. I gotta start paying attention, I gotta start performing in combat, I gotta start, you know, thinking about my equipment and, you know, my build and, you know, all that stuff, right? So, all that stuff is really, when it's clicking and it's working, it's all feeding the experience, it's great. And then, once things get too easy, all that falls apart, so. You loved FX Magic Finding? Right, right. Yeah, I'm in a weird place on that as well. Even back then, I was in a weird place with it from a design perspective. That's an interesting discussion too. But yeah, the ad break's coming in. Let me go refill my drink. We'll chat more in a minute. You're back. Alright. Back. Yeah, so Magic Find. That's an interesting one. So Magic Find. The reason I was sort of sour on Magic Find back in the day was because, as a player and as a designer, I'm always looking for a good experience. And the reward is the trick that we use to get you to have an experience. But for a lot of people, now, I shouldn't say a lot, but for some people, the reward is the experience. So the achievement minded in you, in some players, like the experience is sort of the thing standing between you and them, which is really what you want. And so Magic Find is kind of like so Magic Find is like the min-maxer who's really interested in rewards, trying to rig the slot machine to give the most payouts per hour, right? Like, which is an experience. That's an experience for the achiever type. You know, like, how do I outsmart this machine? You know, because obviously you're sacrificing character power in order to get Magic Find. And character power also leads to more frequent rewards, but those rewards might be of lower quality because you don't have the Magic Find. So it's this weird math problem that achievers are like, okay, trying to get the most reward per time, you know. invested. And so Magic Find is like an interesting piece to that puzzle. And also, like, the type of game that Diablo is, a lot of it is about rate of rewards. Time to upgrade is the thing that they actually would refer to internally, you know, and it probably is leaked out to a lot of players. They think about clear times and time to upgrades and things like that. So, and for me, that's where I kind of turn off. I kind of check out, because for me, the question isn't how fast am I getting the rewards. The question I always want to be presented with is, can I do this at all? Right? Can I beat the boss? Can I clear this level, this rift, whatever the... I'm pushing myself to have a really profound experience that revolves around challenge, such that I have to perform in order to even do it, to even get it, to even finish it, right? And that's not the game the Magic Find people are playing. That's a different game. But that's the experience I want to have, because I want the best moment-to-moment challenging experience. I want to throw my controller across the room and then take a deep breath, go back at it, bang, beat the boss, you know, jump around the room like it's Christmas again, right? Like, so that's the experience I'm looking for, and Magic Find is actually a detractor from that, because like, I'm gonna have to dumb down the challenges I'm going after because I have Magic Find, which is not what I'm looking for. That's not the game I'm looking for. I'm looking for trying to find the hardest thing I possibly can, and then solving the puzzle of how do I get through this, and I need every ounce of character power and, you know, power to get through it. So, you know, the player in me doesn't want Magic Find, doesn't care about Magic Find, but the designer in me that used to think it's terrible now appreciates that is the experience for a lot of people. You know. Yeah, your hot take is that people, you know, are pseudo achievers, right? And that's because the achievers are setting the tone for the others on what's most important, right? So there's, and you know, who are the achievers? Guess what? It's the guys kicking ass on Twitch, right? Like, that's basically Twitch's, you know, foundational element, is you got all the best pro players kicking the most ass, you know, and they set the tone. And, you know, it's broadened a little bit. Now it's a cozy stream and good vibes, and, you know, like, we're doing these weird things, or we're just here to have fun and chat about the game we love, you know, like, it's broadened a little bit, but I think still at its core, there's a lot of people that would watch a game and a streamer play a game who are interested in watching someone perform at a high level, which they want to learn how to do themselves, or it's just interesting to watch people that are really, really good at something, because it's just, it is crazy fun. And it doesn't affect how they try to do things, like, because they don't. So there's some that want to become that, and there's others that just want to enjoy it as an experience, and like, it's entertaining. But then it in games like WoW, it can leak into the sort of social norm, you know. And like in the WoW case, I blame the developers at least as much as the players, probably a lot more. I do actually blame the developers a lot more, because they changed the tone of the game with their design choices. And so it's a mix of, like, the game is telling you to be super hardcore and care about your parses and, you know, get through bosses as fast as possible, and a lot less about, you know, be nice to people, or try to find a group that works for you that's built around the way you want to enjoy the game. There's only really one game in town, and that's raiding and progressing, and oh my god, you know, high stress, high stakes, like maximum DPS, right? And they slowly but surely sort of changed the game around and to be more like that. And so the players followed suit, and then also, you know, there was always that element that was trying to push that as well. But anyway, I have a lot of views about WoW and its evolution. But so that's where Magic Find is interesting, because it's like, should it still be in games? You know, like, it is an experience. But if I pull far enough back, I don't want to. I think Magic Find sells this idea that that's what the game is. The game is all about finding the best loot in the world. And I think that's not the kind of thing I want. I want players to focus on having the best challenging experience loop than getting to a point where they're worried more about clear rates. Like, success is guaranteed. It's just how fast you're succeeding over and over and over and over and over. And I think Magic Find kind of sends the wrong message, right? And the thing about achievers is they're really flexible. Right? So if I pull Magic Find out of my game, let's just say, and it's still an open discussion. I don't know that we've actually decided yet. It's been a while since we talked about Magic Find, but what was I saying? If I was going to decide to pull it out, it would be because I didn't want to send that message. Like, I would rather the game be, here's a series of challenges, they're all very difficult, do your best to get through them, and then we'll reward you in meaningful ways. Rather than, we assume you're going to win, because we've dumbed the game down so that everybody wins, and then the achievers have to focus on, well, how fast am I winning? So I'd rather them focus on just being able to win, figuring out how to beat the toughest monsters, and the hardest things in the game. So. Games like Valheim that let people be comfortable in their own skin became successful. Yeah. Right. Yeah, so, focusing on the experience rather than the reward. That's how I like to design games, and that's the kind of game I want to play at the end of the day. And, the best implementations are rewards that then create another game, which is, how do I combine these rewards to make myself even more powerful so that I can take on the next challenge? You know what I mean? So rewards aren't just a trick, but they're also the next part of the gameplay experience that is a very different challenge than performing in combat, but the strategic side of the challenge. What's up, Ibanibated? Secret. Yeah, pretty secret, I guess. You're a speedrun enjoyer? I don't think I've seen a single speedrun. I'm trying to imagine. Yeah, I don't think I've watched a single speedrun of any game. That's how much I enjoy them. Which is weird, right? Like, you would think, based on what I was saying, but again, it's not how fast, it's how... it's not necessarily how fast, this is a really hard challenge, how do I get through it? But I like the thoughtfulness of it, like, that's why I prefer roguelikes that are turn-based rather than action. Like Rogue Legacy versus, say, The Pit. The Pit is turn-based, so you could be in a moment, in a turn, where the time is, the game's essentially paused, and you're just like, what am I going to do now? And you can sit there, staring at the chessboard, basically, trying to figure out your best move or next 6 moves to get you out of this jam. Slay the Spire, right? Whereas in Rogue Legacy, it's like, oh, a jump came up, and oh, I missed it. Start up. There's no time to savor, like, I want to chew that steak a little bit, I want to freak out about how I got into this predicament. XCOM's another example. There's another designer I worked with too in the past that he would literally like walk around the office. He tends to play games on the most challenging difficulty, and then like the puzzle of analyzing, trying to figure out how to get out of this very difficult situation with the resources at hand. And like he used to walk up with full laps around 15 minutes before he clicked a button. Like I'm not that crazy. Like that is crazy, and I love him for it. And he's living like the best life when it comes to what I'm talking about. But I don't have quite the patience for that. But that's what I'm talking about. Like that's the kind of thing where I love those kinds of things. So when it comes to like a Souls game where it's like boss fights, or like let's talk about Wicked. Boss fight, really hard, really challenging from an action standpoint. You got to time things. You got to know when to do this and that. You got to read the boss attacks, all that, and then you perform. You finally do it. You win. You're super excited. Then you get the loot, and the loot is like now it's a totally different challenge. And now you got to figure out how to merge the loot that you've got with your current setup so that you're increasing your power to get to the next challenge. And it's also paced at a totally different. It's not actiony. You can think about it. You can do some math. Get out the spreadsheets. If you want, you can attack the target dummy, maybe. That kind of thing. Totally different kind of challenge. Still fun. Different pace. And then you go back to fighting and executing on your new plan. See how it works. Testing. Right. So there's this loop of varied, differently paced, different types of challenge, sort of experiences all happening. And it's revolving. And the different players appreciate different parts of the cycle at different levels. So some people just flat out suck at dodging and timing attacks and reading attacks, and so they have to do all the heavy lifting in the build planning stage. Because they only get 1-2 failures, so they have to make sure that they can kick the crap out of the boss before those 3 failures come out and they're dead. So a lot of their heavy lifting goes into the, I'm going to solve this mathematically. I'm going to figure out the best build, Dex versus Ent. That was an awesome way of putting it earlier. And other people are like, they're just brilliant at the combat part of the experience. They suck at the math. They're looking for the flashiest stuff. Or the things that reward them for, well-timed parries or dodges, that kind of thing. And then, and so throughout the full cycle, there's moments of kind of pain where they're doing the things that they suck at. And there's times where there's joy, engaging in the things that they're good at. And then hopefully there's payouts between those things. So when you're in your moment and you're really good at it, there's a payout to the next segment. Build a really good character and you suck, but you still get through it, the boss fight, because your build was so powerful. Or vice versa, you take the most trash equipment in, the naked runs. You're so good at dodging and reading attacks that you can kill the enemy even though your build sucks, right? So, and then both of those types of players can have a great experience in different ways. No, higher looks better than red, so. Oh! I love coming back to the game and using all my focus. Well done. Alright, where was it? I think I've already explored everything over there. Oh, so I gotta open the gate. Open the gate! Give me the gate key. I have it. Does it? Tears out tough. Oh, you mean this gate key? Me! Are you the one who learned patience to be the best part of a whole? I'm a big fan of patience. Is it the best thing? Not always, but yeah, patience is how important a skill is patience in the Souls experience. Like greed works so many situations. That was dangerous. But greed, oof, greed punishes you. You there with the big axe. Okay, that's good. Survivability. He looks so scary. He hits pretty hard, but also backstabs just do too much damage. I'm a fan of backstab because they I don't belong. Who's laughing now? Money, money, money.
Be careful, Lara. Someone's coming.
Sacrament. Forgive my father. He mistook you for one of the risen.
If you make for Sacrament, there are worse things than bandits up ahead. The great beast is loose in these glades.
Do you agree that tying respec with gold only remove the consequence of talent choice, as players can switch every time the content change?
You say it used to be a man. I wanted to go after it, but Father says...
Father says.
Father says the torn are not to be trifled with.
Listen to Father.
He's right.
And he's right.
I don't fear the pestilence any more than a wild boar. One day, they'll sing songs about my skill with a bow.
I'd prefer you alive to sing them yourself, daughter.
Let's hear her sing. Judge of that. Let's sing it. Yeah, so respec is...
As long as you're here,
Wow.
I'll keep it tended for you. We both know what it's like to be lost in the woods. All you can think about is a warm meal.
What a question, right? Make some... Yeah, let's make some of this. Respec. It's a controversial topic for a reason. A very difficult design problem. I've always seen it as... I've always seen respec as like an indication that the system is flawed. So it's like this thing that we tend to always get around to adding at some point or another in games where there's any kind of choice involved. But it's like this crutch, you know, like we don't really want to add it, but we do, and but it's really difficult to then put it in a way where it affects everyone evenly, appropriately, proportionally, you know, like the gold thing, great example. It's like, well, gold is it means such different things to different people, because some people are really good at the game and they can acquire gold really easily, and there's others that are struggling, you know, to get enough gold to play. And so a respec thing is like, it's only for the rich, you know, like, but the bad players are probably the ones that need it the most because they're not good enough to even acquire gold. And that's probably because they made bad choices with their, whatever, their character progression. And the guys who are better don't need it because they just kind of want it because they want to try new things because they're playing at a level where, you know, they've surpassed all most of the challenges and now want to just try new things. Now they're just messing about, right? So, and so it's difficult. And then you see things like, well, the more you use it, the higher the gold cost goes up, you know, or you get a free one, and then it charges, you know, like scaling costs, where it's like, again, proportionally punishing players that need it the most, you know, disproportionately punishing them, and but also keeping people that want to do it for fun in check to some extent, you know? So it's really hard to, it doesn't really answer the question, solve the problem well, but they've become pretty standard. Because, yeah, the thought of like, or the idea that players have to restart their entire character or the game is, you know, considered pretty unacceptable, right? I made one mistake, and now I'm stuck with it. So if I'm a perfectionist or I want to play the game at the highest level, like think of PoE where you literally, if your build isn't good enough, you stop advancing. Then the fact that you have to restart, you may as well restart as soon as you make a mistake, if that's your goal. And that's pretty rough. Like, mistakes are just extremely punishing in that model. And that's, yeah, pretty rough. So, so it's not a great solution, and it's trying to address a problem that's definitely real, but yeah, it's not, it's just not a great solution. And then there's also the, you know, D2 versus D3 arguments, right? Like, I think D2 is better because you have to restart your character, because it's all about builds and making different classes and trying different things. I think that's a lot of the fun of Diablo, is replayability. The game is based around replayability, not just running Mephisto a million times, but like rerunning the whole game with a totally different character, you know? Yeah, D2 eventually also got to a respec, but for many years it didn't have it. So the early design, I thought, that plays into what I think is, but again, I'm experience driven. Like and a lot of people that are achievers don't like my design ideas because they need to be rerunning Mephisto and Ball over and over and over and over and over, right, to get the best loot in the game. And the experience of starting with a brand new character and trying a totally different thing is a terrible idea to them because it's an impediment to them doing ball runs, right? And that's where they want to be. And so it's just this massive time sink. Whereas I'm like, oh, well, I'm sick of running ball over and over. It's the same shit over and over and over and over. I'm so bored. Like, give me a new experience. So I start a new character. Totally new, totally different experience. I get to have all these different, you know. So that sounds amazing to me. So again, two different types of players looking for very different types of things. And then D3 is just like, well, you can change whatever you want. And so people don't particularly what's the word I'm fishing for? It's very experimental, like it allows you to experiment. It allows you to make mistakes, take risks, right? Which is cool. but it also you lose any sense of identity. I'm this thing, you know, like, and that matters. It matters to some extent single player, and it matters a lot more in a multiplayer setting. Like a WoW setting is matters a ton. In Diablo, especially single player, it's like, well, who cares if you're a thing? But even in the single player example, like finding a specific staff that feeds into your build, your wizard build, your sorceress build, is a lot more meaningful if you are a thing rather than I'm all things and any staff will do. Now there might be preferences because you might like one play experience versus another, but still, like, being a thing changes the context of everything else that happens. Ad break. Hope I cut it off in time. Classic WoW questions. Some speculation when Classic reaches the end of its life. Whatever that means. Shadow. War Within. Yeah, that's the end of it. The Classic line. Is it called War Within? It's called War Within, right? Oh yeah, it is, because it's colloquially, it's jokingly called the Store Within. Blizz will eventually allow Classic to retail character transfer. Your thoughts on this? Do you think it's a possibility? Oh God. See, I can't believe that. I can't imagine a world where, like, Classic War Within is a thing. Like, because it won't really catch up, will it? Like, it could, but why? Why would it ever catch up? Like, how far can they go before they stop? Do you think it's 2 expansions back? 1 expansion back? Like, conceivably, where should they stop with Classic? Like, it shouldn't be simultaneously running right next to their retail. That doesn't make any sense. Right? Well, Odyssey absolutely last, yes. A lot of people in their mind, like, they have some stopping point, but I can't imagine where the 2 actually sync up. I don't think that's actually a real world. But then again, I think that a lot of it loses its luster once you get into any of the modern sort of expansions, modern design philosophy expansions. I think the first 3, you know, the Trinity, had a very different mindset than a lot of the stuff that came after. So, yeah, like, after that, it's like you're not just going back to enjoy a philosophy, which had an impact on the whole experience, but now classics like Classic Cataclysm or Classic Miss Pandaria, like, now it seems like players are fishing for a specific experience. Like, I really love the way Warlocks played, or I really love this raid tier, you know? Like, so you're sort of hand-picking content as opposed to the way the whole philosophy, the whole experience meshed together, and, you know, I just don't see it as the same thing. But we'll see how Cataclysm goes, I guess. What's up, Caligula? You're gonna stop at Cata? That's the talent tree expansion. Is that what you think? Okay. Or have they announced? Nostalgia is powerful, right? Alright, Wildcock. Good night. Enjoy tomorrow. Legion is the prototype for modern, yeah. Like, I didn't play a lot of those expansions. I didn't play Cataclysm. So what did I pick up? I think it was PFA. Is that where I rejoined? Can't remember. You're confused, Miguel. Just stumbling around. What's happening? I don't understand this. Why am I here? You can't play past red. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, depending on what the difference between the two fonts, and so obviously affects what it means to transfer. Um, it's such a weird question, right? Because the whole reason I'm not playing retail is because I prefer the classic versions to the modern version. Like that's why I go back and play the old stuff. And so moving my character forward, I mean, I could have been doing that the whole time. Why would I want to? But again, like I don't know what does the transfer entail. At this point, I don't think there's anything off the table when it comes to like paid progression. Like I think you want to boost to be ready to fight the final end raid tier boss by yourself. Okay, it'll cost you $10,000, but we'll put it in the store for you. Like I just don't think there's anything off the table when it comes to providing those services anymore. It's lost its integrity in that sense, and so that just means like transferring your classic character retail. There must be some power advantage to that process, or there very well could be a so that like, oh, you put all this work into your classic character, well now that will translate for a price into a super powerful ready to raid top tier character in retail. Because if it's not that, then why are we doing it? Like, okay, we'll give you a max level character who has crap gear, isn't really ready for anything. It probably takes what, 10 hours now to actually level. Like it's not, I don't know, for anyone who might want to be raiding. Although I don't even know if that's true anymore. How much confidence does it take to raid anymore? But I would assume a level of confidence about raiders that would say they could just make a character that's ready to hit the starting raids pretty quickly. It's not that time consuming. I mean, they've as a design team, they've sort of collectively agreed that leveling is stupid. That raiding, within 3 hours of the game is what we want players to do, so we're going to make that happen. We're going to tell you a little bit of story, but then it's off to raiding. I don't know. So the whole thing is just so weird. But, yeah, so the two philosophies don't really gel that well. But they'll figure out a way to do it, but not because it's like an amazing experience, but because it's a way to sell you something. Is how I think of it nowadays. That I can't do in retail because it was removed. Right, so that still feels like, yeah, that feels like, again, you're interested in the classic stuff, but why would you move your character forward to retail? Because the second it's not available in retail, it becomes a classic thing, right? Theoretically, or at least now it's in that space of bring back the thing that is no longer in the game so that I can do it. That's the whole point of classic. So they should just take out leveling at this point. Yeah. It's in a really weird state. Like, they definitely don't build it for people to be in long, and I don't think that they build it for people that enjoy leveling. because there's just so many things. Those people are all gone, first of all. And second of all, I don't think they really know what that group, why they enjoyed what they enjoyed, which was just chilling, you know. Again, like, they were looking for a fun game and social experience, you know what I mean? And that can happen at any level. It happens at all levels. And, oh my god, like, when you play retail with that mindset, hi, how are you? Get out of my way! It's just like, okay, I'll play something else. So, yeah, I mean, that's just, they're so far removed from taking that care of that person, you know? Bringing that person back into the game and being like, no, really, we made a whole expansion just for you. Like, I don't even think they really know what that person is. It's just like, oh, you know what that guy's leveling is thinking right now? This is their mindset. I wish I was reading. You know, that's what they think of people that are leveling. I wish I was reading. Used to enjoy leveling alts. Yeah. Yeah. Well, and then there was that whole time. Is this still the case? I don't even know. But then there was that whole time where, like, alts were necessary, like, to the raid game, right? And then people were complaining, I gotta have 50 alts. I hate this game. Why are you doing this to me? And then, yeah, and then that was like, okay, great. So you're mixing people that are power leveling alts into the same group that are actually still legitimately leveling their character for the first time, trying to have an experience, a social. Those two groups do not get along. They freaking hate each other. So yeah, I think they've just completely lost touch. And it starts with the whole basic premise that leveling is dumb, and it's just something you're forced to do before you get to the raid tiers. That premise is so ridiculously bad from a, like, WoW designer standpoint. But once they got to that point, then, you know, that part of the experience and that group of people were sort of doomed. You're speaking about, you feel attacked, yeah. Power walkers versus Sunday strollers, right? I treat alts as brand new characters, so maybe if they need a goal, right. Yeah, and then heirlooms confused, you know, confused a lot of that. Jerk, you know, buddy design. Before I step into arena, right, yep. That's the other thing, is like fully embracing. Did they ever get around to adding like tournament realms? They were just for PvP arena. You could have max level characters with any gear you wanted, and oh, 14's getting ready for a level squish. Oh man. Yeah, they have a lot of the same problems. It'll be really interesting to see how they solve them, though. They've always had the problem of, like, what do we do when we want to progress the story, but there's no one around to join the dungeon with you. So they had to figure out a way to do that. So they go, and they're moving more and more towards the, what do they call them? Where you bring the NPCs along for your dungeon runs. But yeah, it's like, that's not an ideal solution, and they know it. Like, I don't think they're confused, and they're thinking, oh, this is gonna be great. People really want this single-player experience in their MMO. I'm sure some people are like, oh, finally, I don't have to wait, or I don't have to rely on people that suck, but before completing this dungeon. But that's not the group you're really worried about. Like, those people that just want to get through it, they'll be through it soon enough. It's the group that's like legitimately trying to just play the game and enjoy it. Okay. Oh, there they go. Blade oils. Where the hell have I been? Man, living, loving, working on this game. That's where I've been. This is my game. Busy. You can learn the mechanics, yeah. Which is interesting, because, like, do you feel pressure to, like, know the mechanics so that you don't get kicked out? You don't get, like, you don't feel bad that you don't know them and somebody yells at you, or you feel embarrassed, like, or is it, you know, is there some other reason there, some other motivation? Damn, this game's great. Oh, I'm glad you're enjoying it. You worked on this game? I am currently working on this game, yeah. This is what I've been up to the last couple of years, taking me away from streaming so much. Oh, mistakes matter more, right? So it's more of a competence thing. You want to be at the highest level of competence and, you know, let others down, and yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, absolutely. Right, so the desire for the positive outcome rather than the fear of the negative outcome. And they're related, right? But to me, like when and we're all creatures of ego. We all want to not be embarrassed, and we all prefer to, you know, be competent and seen as competent, so everyone heaps praise on us, right? Like we're humans. But the funny thing is, like, the best experiences for me have always been, like, in Final Fantasy specifically, it was like, I can't remember what the second level is. There's the base level for the bosses, and then there's the one higher level. Ultimates, maybe? It's not the Savages, it's the one that's just one above the basic, but it's doing like Shiva on that level. Normal, hard, extreme. Okay, so hard Shiva. Where people went in, it wasn't normal, they were used to normal. They had already done normal, because you just freaking sleepwalk your way through it. Oh, I don't know any of Shiva's mechanics. Oh well, oh, somehow we won. Right? Like, maybe not Shiva, but most of them were just like, you sleepwalk your way through them. But then you get to hard, and it's just like, holy crap, you have to know the mechanics or you're going to lose. And so you got a bunch of normals in there, and now they're trying to do hard. And the process, right? Those were the most fun. And I didn't know anyone. And so most of them fail miserably. Most of them are like what you'd expect from pugs, which is the blame game, and then people quitting and yelling insults on their way out, right? Like, but then every once in a while, oh my god, I love it when a plan comes together, you know, like, we fail and everyone starts talking and planning and strategizing, and the compliments start flying, and oh my god, and then you win, and then it's just like, oh my god, everyone cheers and they're super happy, and everyone gets invited to the, you know, whatever furry strip club afterwards to celebrate. Anyway, forget about that part, but those are the best experiences, right? Like, you got through it together. It feels like the old school, you are in a guild, you know, in an MMO, that's struggling to progress together, and your relationships are deeper. You care about the people around you. You know, you have rivalries. Some people you just don't like, but you figure out how to get along with. There's other people you really like that got your back, and you're lifelong friends. You know, whatever. And you're struggling together, and you're getting through it together, and that's the experience, right? That's the great social experience. And so, you know, how do we get that, you know, more frequently, or at least at a good ratio? And again, like in my mind, the final experience that I had that I'm talking about, which was so good, partly because you have so many trash experiences before that, or with the blame game and the name call and the quitting and the right, like that sets the standard, and then you get to have that one joyous experience. It's just mind-blowingly awesome. And so it's all connected, right? But yeah. So discovering the fight, yeah, learning the fight, like learning the mechanics, communicating the mechanics, telling people, you know, firmly but politely, hey, don't stand over there, you dummy. Not so polite, but you know, that kind of thing. Ray on the Ground looks so good. I know, God, so good. I loved helping people clear. Yeah, so you're this rare, like, you're this rare diamond, you know, who's the leader and is organized and is friendly and helpful. You know what I mean? Like, that's just super rare. Most leaders are like, come on, you know, more. You know? Unfortunately, right? So, and you know, because again, you don't have to be mature. We're all playing video games, right? So, I'm sure you're going to be shocked to hear, but there's a lot of people that play video games that aren't very mature. And so, like, again, very rare, and it's amazing, you know, like, in those moments that come together. So good, so much fun. What's my role? Design, yeah, game designer. But I should probably start telling people I'm an artist. Oh man. Like, oh, I'm having total deja vu. You guys remember the line? You guys remember the release party video? Some of you might have even been there for a while. You know, where you went to meet the team and get your copy signed, you know? Some of you may have been fortunate enough to be there. Like, I was there. And I remember wanting to say at that situation, because they tended to ask you, what did you do? I always wanted to say I was an artist. I'm right back to feeling that way with this game. Because, like, design is always such a, like, some people are going to love you for it, some people are going to absolutely hate you for it. But, like, the art, it's just like, everyone's just like, oh my god, the art. I'm just going to start telling people I'm an artist. But I've not been replaced by doing Jake Trump. Yep, yeah, it's coming for me. It's coming for all of us, but... Most leaders are 50 DKP minus, that's right. And hers were a good idea, they had bad use of roles. Yeah, that's a really hard thing to get right, because most people want the power trip of mentor status. Then they want to actually legitimately help and guide people, so. How much do you think Twitch has to do with that shift from the struggle together versus y'all are trash, get good mentality was inevitable? It definitely helps. Yeah, it definitely helps, because it sets the tone. And it started out as, the only tone was, you know, professional gamers, I think, so. if you sucked at games, you weren't really on Twitch. Now it's opened up a little bit, but it's still at its core. You gotta be pretty good at the game. Yeah, so I think the number, yeah, and this doubles back to what we were talking about before, but I think the number of people playing as achievers is much higher, much higher than the number of people that are actually achievers, that are actually happy with that sort of experience, right? Like, so I think there's a lot of unhappy gamers because they're trying to be achievers when it's not right for them. It's more right for them to be socializers or killers or what's the other one? Socializers, killers, achievers, and explorers. So, you know, and like a lot of games have just left the socializers. You know, they've just abandoned the socializers. Like they don't really worry about that group anymore, right? So, I mean, not completely true, because like amongst the achievers, you still need the socializer who's the leader and the organizer and gets everyone together and chills people out when they're pissed at each other because someone's not performing or whatever. But so the element is still there, but like, and then on the opposite extreme, you have like, you know, Goldshire Inn, right, which is pure socializer, right? That's a socializer endeavor, 100%. But like the run-of-the-mill, just playing the game, running around, bumping into people, saying hi, you know, like none of that stuff is really supported or encouraged or embraced, or, you know, so the design for all of that stuff has gone away. Griefers, yeah. Griefers. That has such a different, I don't know what games you played in the past, but from my old Ultima Online days, there was no difference between a PvP and a griefer. So those were one and the same. So when you use the word griefers there, I always think of that, like, what, I can't just enjoy PvP. I have to, like, be a sadistic, malicious serial killer in real life. Like, that's just out to ruin everybody else's fun all the time. I can't just enjoy the challenge. I can't just like the game Street Fighter, you know? I have to be a psychopath. So yeah, it's so funny that you posted that. This is correct, yes. So yeah, it's so good. Hey, 25. Yeah, I'm doing well. Hope you're doing well. On the project we're working on, ideas of release date. No, I mean, at this point, we're enjoying the release of early access. The feedback has been largely amazing and very positive, so we're excited to continue working. Jake, thank you so much for the 31 months. Appreciate you. So we're, yeah, excited to, you know, keep working on it, but we're pretty serious about the early access in terms of like community feedback and continue to polish this game so that it's as good as it can possibly be, while still holding on to the core tenets of the vision, right? So, and you know, with that environment, you know, having said all that in the environment we're in right now, the goal is more, you know, not a certain time, but a certain place, you know, like when can we finally say, oh, everyone's loving the game, people that are still here and want to see it grow and have helped us along the way, or finally feel that it's good and we feel that it's good. And now we're mostly working on the pipeline, you know, just more and more content, that kind of thing. So. How did I become a part of the Moon Studios team? Yeah, I don't know how The founder found me, but he became aware of me, and then just reached out. We ended up having a conversation. He sent me an early build, and I played it, and I was pretty blown away. Like, again, like I spoke about the ambition. Just obviously a lot of ambition on display, which I loved. I also, had been saying about action RPGs like the Diablo likes, that the designs had been stagnant for a long, long time. Like, we had not seen a lot of innovation, and it was overdue for that. I feel the same is true for WoW, or not WoW, but MMOs, right? Like, so, yeah, so I appreciated that. We hit it off on, a lot of the philosophy stuff, not just in the type of game that we should be making, but like the quality of this one as well. So that's how it started. Ad break! Oh, ad break ended. I'm misreading that. Oh my god. So I've been blathering on during the ad breaks. Sorry, guys. Pantheon might be the next original. Oof. Is that still coming? I've been working on it for 2 years, by the way. Over 2 years, so. Alright, let's fight the boss. Older people are more goal-oriented. Is that true? Maybe? I guess it depends on what you mean by older. But I think achiever mindset happens relatively early. So there's a lot of like teenagers that are very like achiever-oriented. And then there's a lot that just want to hang out and party, socializers. There's others that want to just play sports all the time, video games all the time. Those are the killers, PvPers, the explorers. Some are just want to have a bunch of experiences. Just want to run around, have a good time, see what happens. Older people. So you might be right in the sense that, like, we have to be. We have more responsibilities. And so in order to get through the day, full of responsibilities, we have to be more organized and goal-oriented. And, like, if we want to have any free time at all, or any opportunity to relax a little bit, So in that sense, I would definitely agree. So, but it could be related to what I was saying earlier, where it's like a lot of us are playing that game, but it's not a natural fit. Like it's not like chasing goals is not my natural fit. I am not an achiever. That's the lowest score I am on that Bartle test. So, but, you gotta do what you gotta do. Difficulty's brutal? Alright. Good. No, it's so funny because I'm so hardcore. Like, I'm always pushing. I do not consider the game to be hard enough. Like, I'm ready to say it's easy. And I'm not. You guys have seen me play. Alright, it's not true. If you've seen my Druid PvP video, you know I'm the best in the world. But if you've seen any other video of me playing games, you know that I'm not the best gamer. But yeah, and there's different meanings of the word easy also. But I think it's, again, like as we were talking about before, I think it's critical to the experience. So I would much rather err on the side of too hard than too easy. Like, I think too easy will be a cardinal sin for this game. And too hard will be like something we can work on. While, like, and it's also just over time, people will figure it out. Cthulhu, anyone? Is it mathematically impossible? I still want someone to do it. I still want someone to put out a pre-nerf Cthulhu and have players Beat the living bejesus out of it. Let's do this. Get ready to dodge. Oh, they could now for sure. Yeah, there's no question in my mind. So the whole mathematically impossible is such a thing of, you know, such a dated idea. And that happens in everything. So again, coming out too difficult is so good. Because over time, oh, I'm getting some. Don't you drag sword across your throat at me. Tell your mama. Oh. I may have fought him before. Oh, what'd I get? No two-handed sword. Yeah, so the table needs a little bit of work. Round shield. That's probably going to push me into heavy. Oh, it didn't. Oh, that's right. Let's see. We got some gloves. Oh, that makes us heavy. We got some cloth gloves. We did it. Got faces and bosses? We do. Did you miss the one he had? It's when he roared in the middle and got all purpley. So we started doing a bunch of plague attacks. So that was second stage for him. But yeah, not too extravagant. You know, he's the first sort of tutorial boss. So... Oh, and I had a bunch of points too. One more damage. Stamina. Stamina up a little and then we'll start pumping health. Convinced I won't do dex something, but it's a good start for now. Lower the bridge. Oh, it's small and mobile, right. Yeah, we do have stages.
State your business. Quickly.
Lots of boss mechanics.
Just because you failed the beast, you're an ally.
It's all right, Winnick. I apologize for the lack of hospitality. My friend here has his guard up for good reason. Once the raiders took the old fortress, their bloodshed has drawn more and more of those things towards our city. How did you manage to slay that monstrosity? My god. You're Serum. The Watcher's call has been answered.
Ha! I told that old coot he was wasting his time. For once, I'm glad I was wrong. Serum, in the flesh and on our island. I thought you'd be taller.
Your kind's welcome within our walls. I trust you'll find a home here. Seek the Watcher, up in the rookery. Welcome to Sacrament.
He said the thing. This game will be nerfed. Yeah, I mean specifically that boss is a question, but he's in a pretty good state. Most people get thrown. But that's the word, right? Like, because there's always a group internally, externally that think, well, you should just make the game for the most people possible. You want as many people buying the game as you can. This is why we're never going to see another Dark Souls. Elden Ring is the future. And I'm sad by that, because the 5 or 8 million or whatever the Dark Souls does pales compared to the 20 that Elden Ring does, So it's really hard to say, yeah, we should go back to selling this, And also in general, like, I'll say something controversial, but when I growing up, being a gamer was a rare thing. Like, we were nerds, we were the outcasts, we were the weirdos, Now gaming is something everybody does, but there's still a distinction between, in my mind, between gamers that would have been gamers back in my day versus gamers that are gamers in today. There's a big distinction, and there should be more games for gamers. You know what I mean? And that means hard. A lot of that is just challenge. A lot of that is take it or leave it. This is my game. This is my vision. You don't like it, go play something else. Like, I don't care. I don't care if you don't like my game. Go away. Like, this is for the people that like it. Shut up. So, but now it's like, we're making a lot more games for everyone, and that means tons of accessibility, a lot easier usually, and probably the worst of it, which is way more democratic design. We put out a basic concept, and then the community tells us what to do at that point, and we're beholden to them, and we do whatever they want. And in a lot of games cases, it drives the design right into the ground, and it's gone within a few months of the players designing it. And so as and for most of you, like, you're in the gamer crowd. I mean, my God, it's the middle of the night, you're on Twitch, right? In a chat room. So most of you are gamers, and you should feel like you're missing out on a lot of potentially amazing games because a lot of the developers out there are catering to a different group that is way more numerous. And so, if you're in this group, then yeah, there's just a lot of missed opportunities, and a lot of the highest quality stuff, like in terms of visuals and bug-free and really beautiful UIs things like that are going to games whose design is catered to that more numerous group that is not you. You know what I mean? I'm bad at my games, right? So skill is obviously one part of it, but yeah. And so, like, it's sad, right? And like you sort of have to go to the indie level, to get games that are more for you. And then you have to put up with bad graphics, crappy UIs, and they'll get around to fixing bugs when they get around to it, right? So, again, like I prefer to work on games that I want to play, that I want to see serve me first. I'm selfish in that way. But the reason I do that is because I also think it will serve a group a community that has been underserved in a lot of ways over the last decade or two and is starving for high quality games for gamers. And then also, like, that other group will still, they'll still have plenty to play, and they'll still strive, and a lot of them will strive to be in the group that's cool enough to hang, like how many people that aren't good enough to play Dark Souls wish that they were, you know what I mean? And so we should inspire them. Some of them have been converted, and that, again, that's what we should be doing. So converting, the normies into core gamers, right? I think is something we're striving for. So I appreciate designs that go for that metric, and it's okay. It's okay to challenge people. And it's okay to also tell people this isn't for you, right? Like, and I won't say it, but you get a lot of you that have been hanging around here a long time know my catchphrase. So when people say, but, so yeah. It's sad you have to play decades older most to get that itch, right? I assume you meant scratch the itch. You don't want more itch. Maybe you do. I'm not going to push. I'm not going to shame you for wanting more itchiness. How far along in the game can you go right now? What metric do you want to hear, Schizo? How many bosses? How many hours? How many miles? How many square feet? A lot of money's in the mobile game. Right. So that's one of the reasons. Like, that's where the money is. Of course.
I have no faith in those so-called DNA tests, which allegedly, from a simple blood sample, can tell you where you are from. So I did a test on my pet frog.
I discovered the frog was 70% British, 20% French, 7% Italian, 2% Dutch, and a tadpole. Wow. Well done, Modom, and thank you so much for the 66 months. Absolute legend. Appreciate you, man. How are you? Ruined, yeah. It's just, it gets tired. Once she reads to the end, she just groans and stops. Yeah. You had her interested for a minute with the DNA, science of it, but yeah, so it's really hard to resist that money, like, businesses are about making money at the end of the day. So when you see a market that's 10 times the size of another market, it's really difficult to say, nah, like, I'm not going to serve the 10x one. But I still see video games as art, right? These are art projects. They're not products, right? And so I want to make art that I love, and that I'm proud of and enjoy, and making money is secondary. It's secondary to me. It can never be secondary to a business, but it's secondary to me as the artist. So yeah. But it's really difficult. It's really difficult. These games make a crap load of money because there's just so many people that do it now, game now. But most of them are not in the same sort of interest group that we're in. Getting good is one of the best feelings. Yes, it's actually critical to game design. It's game design theory 101, the sense of mastery. I struggle, I learn, I improve. That feeling of growth is one of the most amazing and addictive feelings you can experience. And that's across everything in life. Like every moment in life where you feel like you've grown as a human, you've learned something new that's tangible, that helps you with the next thing. It's mind-blowingly enjoyable. And a lot of time, and you combine that with failure is the best teacher. So the moment right before you learn is usually very painful in some way. Obviously, video games, usually there isn't the giant boxing glove that comes out and smacks you, right? But usually there's a moment of pain, a moment of learning, right? And then that sense of feeling of growth. And those things are combined, they're linked. And the total experience there, the full loop, is crazy and textured and emotional, but amazing. Ultimately amazing. What's my favorite RPG that came out lately? Yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 was immense. It was incredible. So I talked up, what was it? I have trouble remembering the name now. I talked it up forever. Oh, Rogue Trader. I love the environment still, but the characters and the systems and the combat let me down a little bit. They've patched it a bunch, so I need to go back. But was loving that game quite a bit, but then I got a little bogged down in the combats. And some of it was just stubbornness, honestly. If I'm being totally honest, like as soon as I saw one of the core mechanics was one character really good at giving other characters actions, which I really don't like that design. And that was just so critical to the experience. And I was just like, ugh. You aren't doing hundreds of millions, it's a flop. Yeah. Yeah, and it's kind of silly in a way, like, for sure, like some people are looking at that in terms of just total money earned. But you think about like the Valheim story, like anyone who's going to say Valheim wasn't a success, yeah, ridiculous. It's like 5-8 people, right? Like it's a lot of money to go around. So, but again, it's like stock values and shareholders, and like there's just a lot of confusion into what constitutes success, right? So best way to make money is to make a solid product. Yeah, right. So I mean, either way, you got to make a good product, but a good product that's true to the art and makes a million people happy versus a good product that has a design objective to be good to 100 million people, right? You got to sacrifice something. Well, it's not preventing Takao. The mobile gaming is preventing the art from. It's not preventing it completely, but it is competing. But the indie guys are crushing it. The indie devs are just crushing it. They are. Like, there's been so many good games from smaller studios lately. It's like I'm shocked, everyone. And this is more a thing with that other group, but there's nothing good to play. Like every time I hear that, I'm always like, I know exactly which group you're in. You're in the like mass marketed. You didn't see a commercial for it on, you know, whatever show you were watching, right? Like, because all the people that actually, you know, are chomping at the bit, they check their Steam for new releases, you know, every day. Like, they go to Twitch to see what people are playing, you know. Like, even that's getting pretty mainstreamy, but, like, there is just a million good games out. There's so many. There's a lot of bad ones, too, that are marketed as great ones, but there's way more good games out there than I have time to play. And quite frankly, it pisses me off. No, it's amazing. So there's still a lot of great games coming out. If you fail enough, you'll run out of money before learning anything true. Without money, you definitely can't learn. Were you there when they made the Celestial mount? You mean the Spectral Tiger? Or... I was definitely there during Wrath. But which one was this? What Celestial mount? I don't remember it. So yeah. What was the idea behind it? It's an honest question. It's a totally fair question, but yeah, I'll give you a guess. You only get one. I mean, it was a mount in the store, so I don't know specifically what the Celestial mount was or all the context, but man, if I had to guess. Instant reaction to all Owlcat games. Yeah, that's interesting because I love Owlcat's games, but I've never finished any of them. But I think a lot of that is just I haven't had the time. Like, yeah, they are long and they are ambitious, but they are very fun. And I also restart a million times. Once I get to the point where I find out I can have a different experience with this character or this character, like, then I go and make 10 different characters and play them all to that midpoint. And I'm like, oh man, which one do I play now? And then I go play something else. Okay, games so bad, it's not you spend more time buffing than fighting. Yeah, so that's an old D&D thing. Yeah, 3.5 is also, the Pathfinder system is also pretty bogged down and ancient. And yeah, but yeah, it's a fair statement. But there's so much there to like that I tolerate a lot of that stuff. But yeah, the fights you can get bogged down in the fights for sure. Once a company goes public, it's determined to lose the passion art. Yeah, it's really difficult to avoid that. Capitalism ruins art. Are we still blaming capitalism? Because we're in charge of capitalism. So it's people. I mean, this will get political fast, and I probably don't want it to, but yeah, is it the gun or the guy who pulled the trigger? It's one of those. It's in that area, so I think I know what you mean. Let's leave it at that. Because yeah, making money, the desire to make money, definitely puts art on the back burner. And not enough people appreciate not enough people appreciate the aspect that really good art makes a ton of money. Like, really good art becomes priceless, right? And we're too smart about the brain now that we realize it's just easier to sell trucks. So why make a masterpiece painting I mean, you can just sell drugs. Ad break! Any thoughts on WoW season discovery effort? Yeah. A couple hours ago. I do not have a timestamp, unfortunately. They abused our trust with that WoW store mount. It wasn't the first one, so was there something specific about that store mount that did something different than the first store mount? It was the first mount? Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I definitely wasn't involved in the discussions. I was definitely there when the first store mount was put in the game. And I remember the outcome because it sold like goddamn hotcakes, and it made the rest of us. The office joke became, why should I work on the game when Roman was the name of the guy that made the store mount, who's the animated artist that made the store mount. Why work on the game when we can just have Roman make another mount? That was our internal sort of sarcastic joke. All the time. All the time. We were using that line. And it was true. And so we joked, but we also kind of acknowledged we knew a corner had been turned. Like, now, you know, and for those of you that, you know, I've been watching a lot of Twitch, you know, and Pirate Software has been, you know, doing his thing. But one of the knowledge bits that he dropped, which I dropped before many years ago, was that, you know, StarCraft 2 was a labor of love because it was not going to make any money compared to what WoW was bringing all the time. So why make StarCraft 2? And well, because we really love it, we want to, you know, like, and so again, like, WoW changed everything because now you have to like justify. It's just this weird, like, are you kidding me? There's even a question we make StarCraft 2? Like, that's absurd. Of course we make StarCraft 2. That game is beloved. It's right? Like, are you kidding me? But then again, the realization that it's going to make less than what WoW brings in a month, even if it sells mind-blowingly well, which it of course was going to, because StarCraft 1 sold mind-blowingly well, right? Like, but it just changed everything, you know? It just changed everything. And then within the WoW microcosm, having the store mount hit so freaking hard compared to already a juggernaut of money making was also nuts. And then you compare taking a store mount versus making StarCraft 2, which is the thing Pirate Software joked about or was talking about. And it's like, wow, you know, like, it's just nuts, right? Like, so, yeah. And anyone with their eyes open who care about that, those things are the bottom line. It doesn't matter who's having a good time playing games or is this a wonderful piece of art. Like, they're just looking at bottom lines and finances and, you know, what does this do to my bonus, you know? They're, it changed everything about the way they saw things, you know, so. And the rest of us were just like, because, you know, I made that joke. I made the joke about why fix the game, like, because I was working on class design and other elements of design. It's like, why fix talents, for example, if we can just put out another store mount? And it's just like, it was a joke because, of course, I was going to fix talents. I was going to keep updating talents. Like, why? Because I want the game to be good. Like, that's what I care about. That's not just my job, but that's my priority. I don't care how much money I get or money the game makes because this one talent is doing 2% more damage than it used to, and everyone's like, "Wee, great change!" You know, like that doesn't make us really. I mean, you got to lump it all in with the bigger picture, right? But all the work I'm doing is for the art. It's for the game being better. It's for the game being memorable, exciting, entertaining, and the kind of thing that thankfully you guys were like 15 years later, let's bring it back out. You know, we want to play it again. It was so good. It certainly wasn't to make a big splash in our bottom line. So, and most of the people on the team were in that exact same place. I wasn't the only one for sure. Most people just wanted to make the game awesome. And I don't think the original store mount, I think it was kind of accidental. I don't think people were like, we're going to make this and it's going to be nuts and people are going to spend so much money and we're all going to be rich. And then we're going to make another one and another one and another one. This is the new meta. No, I don't think anyone was really thinking that. Maybe somebody, but I think most of us were just like, it's another cool mount. It's this weird experiment where we put it in the store. But I can't speak because I wasn't involved in those discussions. But maybe I'm just being naive. But yeah, I don't think anyone was just like, okay, we made a great thing. Now it's time to completely sell the soul of it and lose all our integrity. And as you were saying, betray the trust of the player base. It's time. We've got them hooked. Now juice them. Squeeze. Or squeeze Rabin. The player base is to blame too. But yeah. Yeah, for sure. But expecting the market to be like, to have integrity is probably just as naive as expecting a company to have integrity at the end of the day. So yeah, you're probably right to share. At the end of the day, we're all just selfish creatures and want what we want. Easy ways to make money to making art. Yeah, and that's the other thing is like, you know, one of the reasons that we don't see as many good games, especially out of the AAA studios, is because there's not enough talent to go around. So there's this billion-dollar industry out there, and there's a few people making really good things that can acquire a lot of that, right? And then there's a bunch of other people that don't have that talent, but, oh, luckily there's this alternative. You know, like, we can make games about addiction metrics and brain chemistry and, you know, there's all these other ways of making games that people will buy and keep buying and spending crazy amounts of money on that have nothing to do with, like, the purest form of game design and art and everything else. And so they figured out a way to do it. And of course they did it because, my God, there's so much money to be had, right? So, but yeah, the bottom line is there's not enough talent to make all of these things good. So you got the guys making art and the guys selling drugs. The cartels. And both do pretty well when it's reasonably high quality. But, you know, there's also been a fair amount of pushback. Like, you guys haven't seen the pendulum start to swing back. You know, you haven't really been paying attention. People have been complaining about price points and special editions and microtransactions and loot boxes and, you know, all kinds of these things that right now we're still kind of the vocal minority because tons of people are still gobbling that stuff up and buying it hand over fist. But there's pushback. You know, there is some momentum rising, and there's also games that are just failing because of these practices. And if we get some repetition in that, and the indie studios keep killing it, then you know, you might see some significant change in what it takes to sell mass market games. So people really ragged on Dogma 2 and MTX, yeah, which felt like a last minute thing that really messed up, got interfered with the art, you know. But yeah, I mean that's a good sign. It's like Dogma 2, is it really as bad as the hate that it got? Probably not. Like, yeah, it's probably not for everyone, and there's probably a lot of people thought it was going to be a game they enjoyed, and turned out that they didn't because it had this or that. But I haven't played it, but I'm willing to bet that it was actually a pretty solid, ambitious, artistic expression, you know, like creation. And they learned a very painful lesson about MTX. So, yeah, more of that, and I think once it affects the bottom line, hard support archetypes, just buffs the crap out of others. I think they're great. Now, I mean, the purest version of that is the healer, right? The healer is part of the Holy Trinity in terms of tank, healer, DPS. So in any group thing, now if you're separating out just buffing and not actually healing, then that discussion gets a lot more complicated. But yeah, so then it's just a question of, is there room and the group sizes, and how many different things are happening, and because it's a rare like player that wants to do that. Right? Who is the most common? What's the most common personality in terms of role? What does everyone want to be, or most people want to be? That's right, Zaki. DPS. That's it. And then, you know, tank and healer are pretty close to each other, much lower. But, and then pure support, I think, would be even lower than both of them. And there, you know, there's reasons for that. It's not really complication or difficulty, but I think one of the big things is some people don't want to be the guy to blame. DPS is rarely blamed. Some people want to the combination of not blamed and competing in the parses. Like, I get to show off by being the highest parse, the highest DPS, so I still get to get a lot of the praise if I'm really good, but I'm immune to blame, which is a campaign I've been on, but I always blame the DPS. If you just killed the mob faster, I wouldn't need to tank or heal for as long as I had to. It's your fault. But yeah, most groups are like one tank, one healer, and a boatload of DPS. That's usually how, you know, in the LFG channel, it's always pretty similar. There's 10, 20 DPS waiting around for a tank and a healer to show up. So, yeah. H2 had an awesome buffer roll. Yeah, I think Dark Age had a couple of really good buffer rolls. Enchanter from EverQuest, like pure CC. That was interesting. We decided not to do that in WoW, but that's because our group sizes were much smaller. Not much smaller, but smaller than both of those games. We had 5 instead of 6 and 8, I think. Like, Dark Age increased the group size. But what you notice with both of those games is there was still one tank, one healer for the most part. You could sub. You could get in. A lot of the 6-person EQ groups had the enchanter, or the crowd controller, so that was pretty much a staple. But it was effectively healing, right? Like not taking damage and healing the damage you're taking. Kind of the same. So increasing the group size just gets you more DPS typically. More tanks and healers, maybe this close. Yeah. You're always waiting on one of those. Probably tanks. Tank is the most obvious, like, lame. Because you're watching him. Alright, like, healers is more you're watching their bars, but it's after the fight has started, not at the start of the fight. The tanks, their failure points are obvious and frequently at the beginning. I pulled 2 groups instead of 1. Yeah, great job. There wants to be a scorer, not a goalie. Yep. Such a great comparison. The defense and the defensive mid never get enough credit. Yeah, control the pace. Like, yeah, tanking is like, again, sort of that leadership, and leaders to followers is very badly ratioed in life. So, hybrid utility classes. Tank and buff and CC, my favorite playstyle. Yeah. Yeah, so they're out there for sure. Blood for the Blood Lily. The other gets to decide who plays the game. That's right. I love that too. Like, with easy combat resing, or much easier in Final Fantasy XIV than in WoW, say. The fact that you can frequently choose to teach a DPS a lesson by letting them die is so good. That was one of my favorite things about playing healers in Final Fantasy XIV. Time to learn a lesson. You're using too much of my time and mana? You're gonna take a little nap. You're gonna take a little time out. Think it over, bud. I don't got time to heal you. That's right. I have even less time to actually res you, but still. If I res you and you come back and you have learned your lesson, oh my god. I only have to teach it once, you know what I mean? Versus healing your dumbass over and over for the next 4 attempts on this boss, or whatever the problem is. Alright, ladies and gents, thank you so much for being here, enjoying my little newbie slice. We skipped Potion Cellar Cave on purpose. Actually, think it's kind of too early in the progression, but that's an ongoing discussion. But it's such a fun area. But thank you so much for being here. I will be trying to stream more frequently. I definitely want, as part of the ongoing development of this game, to stream this game and talk about it and get feedback from any of you guys that are playing it, and have some conversations, you know, as we navigate our way through early access. So that's the plan. Obviously, stuff happens, but yeah. That's the goal, and so yeah, come see me again next time, and hope you enjoy the game in the meantime. Thanks so much for being here. Good night.